era niggas just scream out gang gang. My era niggas outside that gang bang. Old enough to know niggas that made it onto gangland. I don't say that to grandstand, I'm just spitting the facts, man. New rappers too busy just making sing-alongs. My raps will have it going savage like the Viacom. You don't want the smoke, homie, then your weed is strong. Good to see you smoke along to that Cheech and Chong. Me and my team, we on the front line. Steady putting in work, homie, it's always crunch time. Hard times produce me, dog. This ain't a movie, it ain't WWE. When I mention the bloodline, homie, I want mine, that's why I move different. Y'all too laxy-daisy, I keep myself disciplined. Repetition on repetition, training is rigorous. Only way to survive the streets that's dangerous and vigorous. Behavior villainous, leave no traces of witnesses. Moment of silence for the taking of all our innocence. Now back to business, somewhat of a practitioner, cause there's no shortcuts in life, no pills that make you limitless. That's ridiculous, far step from reality, like dudes that's licorice. Frame of thought is insanity, causing calamity if you actually watching and listening. Hopes and catching out from the dudes that started visiting. How you missing it? Losing profits and dividends. The way your boys been cooking, they need to give me a Michelin. The bliss is ignorant, say they don't like to mention them. They say we don't mention the bodies that's in Lake Michigan. Fucking hypocrites, I separate from the fakes. Run with a pride of lines, identify all the stakes. Hubris says they folly and catch on other mistakes. Matter of time before they're just another body that's in the lake. Navigate, these troubled waters won't choose my fate. My vision is too ambition like Alexander the Great. Say there's much on my plate, but I carry my weight. Figuratively and literally, for all those who can relate. I never break, you never get me to fold. You never get me to leave, Chicago is still my home. But I carry my heat, this windy city is cold. Valentine's Day massacre, but was it really Capone? Face blown out of proportion, the different views of contortion. Use best proceed with precaution before you lie dead in a coffin. It's not a threat, that's a promise. Best quit talking your nonsense, your body could end up missing. Got your family claiming we lost them. Can't find them, bad time and he's flatlining. Good riddance, been a net negative to mankind. And I'm like Jack Reacher, the equalizer, John Wick, Jason Bourne, the accountant. Either one, you could take your pick. The damage I could do with my side weapon. John Wick with my P40 Smith & Wesson. Opposition lightweight, so I'm not threatened. I'm just glad about the hate that they keep sending. It's really easy talk that rah-rah on the internet. There's words to Zaza, I heard y'all ain't got your fingers wet. Don't get your cherry pop by the very op. We bust the real ones, got the heavy guap, you just carry prop. Bunch of these gangsters claim to be hard to the core, but they really not like women that claim to be faithful. But they really thought, act like they down, but when shit goes down, they call the city cops. Same fools think they know a lot, no dilly squad. Tired of all of this fake shit, with fake asses and fake tits. They fake smiles, but fake lips. Picasso looking with their faceless. What I call the good replacement, with the so-called real are the fakest. So the fakest niggas are the greatest. What was common sense no longer makes sense. What was common sense is now rare sense. What was funny then is now flagrant. Living in your thoughts, I don't pay rent. I take my time, you lack patience. Then your blood drip on the pavement. With a headshot, got you brainless. After getting hit with that stainless, kill instinct, call me craven.
We going up, shit going down. We lighting them up, you best hit the ground. Shooting them up, run after round. When that blood in the air, you better not dare to come around town. Father, please forgive me, have mercy on my soul. Fools keep trying to test me and I will never fold. It's the way that Wendy raised me, the city of the gold. Load them up and let them go, load them up and let them go, load them up and let them fly.
Yo, what it do? It's your boy, El Divino Vega. This is the Chop Shop. You already know what it is. Been gone for a minute, but we back. And I wish it was more consistent as far as days are concerned, but it is what it is. We're here now, we live. And we got lots to talk about. There's a lot that's on the chopping block today. We're going to see how fast we can get through it. You know how it is here, man. You know, these discussions can take a long time. Sometimes they're short, sometimes they're, nice, quick, and easy. Sometimes it's, long-winded because there's just a lot to top up about. But today we're going to try and go through these things. and make it as quick as possible. All right. Um, I might have some guests hop on. We'll see how that goes. If they're able to make it. Um, but apart from that, let me just say, guys, it is a great time to be a Chicago sports fan. Like Bears, Sox, Cubs. Cubs lost today. Sox lost today. but but overall, their performances really are great. But we're not going to get into that just yet. Bulls are looking good. Like I said last time, Blackhawks even are making some moves there that are like, okay, seems like something's happening here in Chicago that they're trying to just get it together, you know? at least at least as far as the male teams are concerned. I can't really speak for the Chicago Sky. That's a whole nother ball game. That's a whole nother thing. And honestly, forgive me for the disrespect, but even when it comes to soccer, I'm not too big on that. So I really can't tell you what's going on with the Chicago Fire. So there's that. Um, but we're going to discuss that. We're going to talk about some DC related stuff, some Marvel related stuff, movies in general, I guess, related stuff. And if there's time, we're going to get into some, I guess you could say, we're going to discuss some cultural, maybe political, debate discussion that's occurring in the moment. We'll see. Again, if there's time, we'll get into that. You know, as of right now, um, it's like I said, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how far this conversation goes. Um, but I want to start off first by saying one thing I realized yesterday, not yesterday, and I say this quite often. And I'm pretty sure I've even came on here a few times, and I'm like, man, I don't know if I say this enough, but or even, it does. I do feel sometimes like, man, the least I can do is maybe share some of the insights of my, I guess, how my faith impacts my life, and not keep it to myself, because if I feel it helps me, why just keep that to me and not share with you guys? Not that I'm gonna come over here and I guess you could say get into like a whole sermon or something, but just to kind of share some things of my faith that might actually lift you up for those who maybe actually do believe. And actually, that's something else too that we might get into as well later on in the show. Just some comments there that I seen on Facebook. Something I'm gonna probably be introducing more often is kind of like maybe certain discussions I get into online, whether it's Facebook or X. I think last time I discussed, the Usher debate that I had with, not even debate because I really didn't really debate these girls, but this back and forth I got into a little bit with these girls on Facebook. Some other women there that I don't know, just can't see that they got played. Hmm. But I might be doing that more often, kind of just speaking on certain things that I'm, I guess getting into online with certain people, or maybe certain hot topics, whatever. Um, but let me just start off with saying that I'm just grateful for the relationship I have with God, with Jesus for that matter. It really is. It's really transforming my life in a way that in working in my life in a way that really sometimes I feel I don't deserve, or that I'm not worthy of, because really and truly, like, I'm not a model, I think, example of what a great relationship with God can look like. You know what I mean? Um, but what I can assure you is you'll get an honest, look in my life of what that looks like. Um, kudos to but salute to those that really are model examples of what it is really to be, I guess you could say, a child of God, or maybe what you would, you guys who maybe aren't of the faith would identify as Christian believers or something. But I also do want to stress that there are different components to that as well. Like, not everybody who's Christian is of the same denomination. There's like nuances to that, and And then everybody's relationship with God kind of varies according to their own life. So, I say that to say that, some people have like a certain look on certain, and this is true for everything. But I just want to stress that if it's true for, other things, it's also true here, is all I'm trying to say. Because sometimes you go online and you see a lot of people like, uh, talk smack, about like Christians and stuff. And, you know, that word really is like a kind of a broad blanket, I would say. But um, I just said it to say that not every person you encounter is a reflection of what it should be. I will say that though we're all different, you know, according to our maybe our personal um, life choices and things of that nature, who we are as people, like what we're dealing with and how we're navigating forward, in life. That's one thing, and that'll definitely look different. But and because of that, that isn't always the best reflection of what the true gospel is and what it is to actually be a child of God, I guess. And like I said, there are those that really are great examples of that. Um, that truly you know walk the walk, talk the talk to the best of their ability in every moment of their life. And like great that they're able to do that. Because it's needed, obviously. Even for someone like me, who again, like I'm constantly falling short of that, glory of God, I guess you could say, which we all do. I'm sure even they who probably who are exemplimentary examples of that thing, I'm sure that even they have their moments. I'm just honest, and I just want to be honest in saying that I just have those moments a lot, falling short of what I know, is right before the Lord, I guess you could say. But we're trying here, you know what I mean? And kind of constantly have to like remind myself to, get into prayer on certain things and get into my word, look for the answers there before I look for the answers either within myself or in others. Because a lot of that is misleading. You can mislead yourself, one, with your own emotions, and that's, something you learn in the Bible too. That's, the heart is deceitful, so you kind of have to be aware of that. And then others, what I'm saying, like others can definitely lead you astray. So it's always like good to like kind of just remember, like, the only person that hasn't let me down up to this point is God. Whenever I bring things to God and seek answers there, he's constantly there, and always there to like lead me and guide me. And I'm not saying not to, and it depends who you're talking to, who you're listening to. That also plays a part into this, right? Who's your circle of confidants? You know what I'm saying? All that plays a part. Is all I'm saying. But I just wanted to take the time to give God glory in the fact that I'm definitely weak in a lot of areas of my life, and He's been my strength through it all. And He's constantly leading and guiding me, through life. And I encourage others to, if you find yourself also kind of just struggling in life, whether again with many things, like it's not even just life. Like life is a very blanket term, but it's because there's so much we all go through, right? And we're all each individually going through something on a personal level, whether that's health situations, wealth, your finances, school, friends, family situations, um, marriage situations, right? Like when for those that are more serious things, children, schools, what you're dealing with, with your city, things of everything, like, I'm saying, your neighbors, so it's all these things that are like happening, you know what I mean? And it's like trying to navigate all that and still, and then again, and the reason I think this is all fresh in my mind is because this is something we were actually discussing in Bible study yesterday at the church I'm going to. And again, we do live in a multifaceted world. Like, so much is happening, so much is going on. And it seems like, it's, the world is so small nowadays because we're all connected through this, through internet, social media and all that. We're all connected. And so the world just seems smaller, and we're all involved in each other's lives more than we ever were before. You know what I mean? So it just seems like there's so much happening. but then, and that's like on the macro, but and then when you bring it down to the micro, right? Like, um, that's a whole nother, thing, um, so like, that being said, it's I say that to say that, with what I'm going through personally, which to be honest is some health issues. One is health issues. Some of it is financial, and then just my own personal relationship with God, so, but through all that, I say that to say that even through all that, he's like leading me and guiding me uh through these, um obstacles and journeys that I'm on in life, and for that I'm just grateful. And I really hope, again, I can encourage you guys to do the same, you know what I mean? And um you know uh, maybe consider what I'm saying. Like, maybe God could, maybe that's what you need, in your life. Maybe that, and maybe you just need to be reminded of that. Um, the God's always there to listen. And look, and I get it. It's a lot more complicated than that too, in certain ways, right? Not everything's clear cut. Not everything is, there's so many questions, right, surrounding that. But those are discussions we definitely worth getting into. Not what I'm trying to do in the moment. Um, but for now, like I said, I just wanted to give God some glory first, foremost, just because through everything that I'm going through right now, He's been the foundation to to all my stability, to you know who I have as my wife, to the doors He's been opening for me, people He's connecting me with, and even through this podcasting stuff, things of that nature. But like I said, it's a work in progress still, so I'm still trying to navigate everything He's doing for me, while still also trying to calibrate my, I guess you could say, relationship with Him, and in a manner that uh, is reciprocal to the amount of love He's been pouring into me, I guess is what I'm trying to get at. But the beauty there, and this is the crux of it all, is that I find I found that it's not it's not that I'm deserving, so to speak, but He is, right? Like, that's something that came to me a couple of days ago, and I'm pretty sure it came to me before. I'm a very forgetful person in certain ways, so God knows I'm kind of slow in certain areas, and He really needs to, constantly remind me, I think. But I say that to say that, it's easy for us to sometimes be like, to give into not trying anymore, because we're constantly falling short. Uh, you know, um, and because maybe you're still dealing with your own personal lackings, right? Whether it's that, again, whatever it is, I don't care what it is. Maybe you have a hard time telling the truth. You know what I mean? Uh, maybe you're constantly maybe you're just a poor steward with your finances, and you're constantly find yourself in a position of either taking, needing to scam, needing to scheme, because you just aren't good with money or something, and whatever the case may be. Maybe it's addictions, maybe it's drugs, maybe it's alcohol, whatever it is. What I'm saying, all I'm saying is we convince ourselves, and one is convince ourselves, two, sometimes believers do the job for you, do the job of the enemy for you, for when I say the enemy, I mean devil. They do the job of the devil for him, and they beat down people so badly, with this constant, like, berating of, like, whoa, if you're sin, then you're bad, and like, and again, sometimes, if you're new to this, sometimes you don't know any different from what sin is and what falling short is, and then you categorize yourself as a sinner still, and you're like, oh yeah, what, maybe I'm not where because they just do that too much, or maybe there's this constant, um, because you're so, you think you're doing so good as a Christian, and you see other, and you have the zeal, but sometimes that zeal can go too far if you don't keep it on check. I feel, or sometimes you're just misinterpreting. Again, there's a nuance to all this, that this deserves more discussion, but I'm trying to get into it like that. All I'm saying is I just know for personal experiences that sometimes we convince ourselves we're not worthy of God because we do fall short, because man, I still find myself itching to, I don't know, like drink and smoke or something, or talk to, flirt with girls, or the other way around, and still feeling for that, sense of sexual intimacy, whatever the case may be, um no, pornography, like if we're just, that's a thing, what I'm saying, whatever it is, what I'm saying. And that's the struggle. We convince ourselves like, oh, maybe I'm not worthy, what I'm saying. So like, let me just do my best, like, I don't want to be a hypocrite, that's what we tell ourselves. I don't want to be a hypocrite, so I'm just gonna, and then again, believers make it so easy. Like, yeah, you are a hypocrite, like they'll shun you, what I'm saying. And they do the job of the enemy for him, right? Because the Bible says the enemy is the accuser of the brethren, right? So, they'll do the job of the enemy for him. But I say all that to say that it's kind of funny that we get to that point, because it's not that, it's never been that you're necessary, like, not that we're not deserving and that we're not worthy, because we are, in a sense, right? Like, from his perspective, right? We are our own worst enemy, we're our own worst critic when it comes to anything. And then, but revolving, just again, my personal relationship with God, and over the years, kind of how it's been this back and forth thing, more on my end, obviously, than him. But the reality is that even before you gave your life to Christ, he already loved you, and he already paid the price for you. The love was already on his end, sent your way. And um, because he does find you worthy, you are worth saving to him, right? And then we think to ourselves, so again, keep that in mind. You've been sinning for all those years before you gave your life to Christ, right? Before you knew, whatever. And then here you come, and then it's like, boom, you give your life to Christ. Maybe there's a transition, maybe there's, powerful change. And all of a sudden you find yourself actually, your character is changing. You're no longer, there's that moment where you kind of aren't desiring the things of the world anymore, and you are desiring God more than anything. But then there's that moment again where, like, that thing creeps in, right? Or that moment presents itself, and maybe you fail, and then you kind of fall back. Whatever the case may be, I don't care where you are. Is my whole point in your walk or in your relationship with God. Maybe it's the beginning of things. Maybe you're like, maybe you don't know. Maybe you do know him. What I'm saying? But you're kind of, whatever the case may be. The reality is it doesn't matter if it's that you haven't accepted the Lord is, or Jesus as your Lord and Savior, and the relationship he wants to have with you, or whether it's that you have had it, you let it go, not him. Doesn't matter which part you're in. The reality is he's still there. The reality is he's still loving you. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're not worthy the way I view it, like viewed myself. And that could be true, right? But it's not necessarily that you're what I'm trying to say is it's not necessarily about you, right? It's about, but is he not worthy? Is he not deserving, right? Like, he's the one who keeps trying on his end. He's the one who's paid the ultimate price on his end. So isn't he worthy enough to still yearn to have that relationship with him, right? Like, it's I don't know. Maybe it's just for me, but I just found that that's kind of what's helped me this whole time, is that, or at least in this present time, is that maybe I'm not worthy. What I'm saying? Like, to myself, right? Like, like, because I do know I fall short, because I know I'm not perfect, whatever. But isn't he? And he's the one who's invested all this into the relationship. So shouldn't I at least keep trying? And that's where I'm at. What I'm saying, I guess. And I don't know if that speaks to anybody, if that's for you, necessarily. But I guess you can let me know in the comment sections what you think. But said to say that, don't give up. If you are, if you or if you have given up, reconsider. You know, seeking him again, and because he's already, like I said, he's waiting for you. He's there. He's already done his part. And still will do his part each and every time, guaranteed. You know, and yeah, obviously, like any relationship, when somebody does bad, it's a, you know, it, there's always consequences, right? But like not always also though. That's the thing, right? Like just like a parent who sometimes will, discipline their kids, sometimes they don't though. You know what I'm saying? Because you love your child that much and you kind of see the sincerity of their posture and where they're at, and of their uh confession, of their plea, of their forgiveness that they're seeking, you know, and that's the beauty of it, is that you already are forgiven, and all you have to do is confess, and you're forgiven. That's, what I'm saying, and that's every time you fall short, every time you sin, every time, like, just that's, because he's paid the price. And again, what I'm saying is for those who do accept the Lord, or Jesus as Lord and Savior. Like that is the prerequisite, I guess you could say. There is that condition, right? The condition is that, and the condition is to seek and try and put effort on your end as well, of course. Um, but never think that you're going to outdo God, or that you can out effort Him. Like that'll never happen. So when you come to that realization, it kind of makes it easier. Now, I'm not saying like go ahead and sin and you'll be all right. I'm just saying don't let that stop you from still trying. Is my whole point. And get up and try again. And that's that. Um, Jesus said for to his followers, forgive your forgive your aggressors, however many times, like 70 times 7, whatever. He, like, essentially gives this like high amount of times you should be forgiving for someone. And if we're supposed to be, if he calls us to be like him, like, so, like, imagine that if that's what he expects of you, he's already done it, or he's that's what he's going to do each and every time you seek him, and you seek redemption and forget, like, he's there for that. He is, what I'm saying. So that's all I'm going to say to that. But again, like I said, is that personally in my life, I just want to share that because, again, like I've said before, every time I do focus on, allow that to be a part of my focus in life, things do fall in line. Whenever, I get distracted and I kind of don't pay mind to that part of my life, or not that I don't pay mind, but let's just say I make up excuses to why I couldn't pray, to why I couldn't read my word, whatever, and then all of a sudden I start leaning on my own, like, strengths and my own understanding and my own, like, that's when things really start, getting shaky, and again, I'm not saying this is for everyone in the sense of like everyone has the same struggles. I'm just saying if there's somebody out there like me who has my struggles, right? I'm just saying God is a good answer, and solution to that kind of problem. If you have that same problem, now, mind you, I'm not saying that not everybody needs you. No, everybody does, but not everybody has the same problems. Not everybody has the same issues. Everybody has problems. Everybody has issues. Everybody has something. Again, whether it's health, whatever it is, mental, wisdom, knowledge, whatever. There's something you need from God. Everybody does. Yeah, and everybody does need salvation. That is a thing, like that is another aspect to this, right? It's not just about what God can do for you and what He's already done for you. That's. But I'd also be remiss to not mention that, well, one of the things He's already done for you is so that there is, right, the idea of, not the idea, but the truth of what comes next, like after this life we're living, right? And obviously, for those who know what the end times is and whatever. No, essentially, we're living in the end times, right? Christ comes back. He's going to come back for the church, for His believers, at least those who truly believe, the remnant, so to speak. And then those who don't believe will get left behind, and there's going to be whatever. There's all that too, and that's something to consider as well, right? Like that's another reason to why Christians do evangelize and do want to share the truth. It's not just about, again, it's not just that there is this fulfilling completion that you feel once you know accept this relationship that God is extending your way, and by accepting his his son or Jesus Christ as Lord and Savior, and that he is God and whatever and all that stuff. But that also comes with that as well, right? Uh, he's the idea is to establish you as one of his own, so that when that time comes, he can identify you, because you would have known him. You would have known him. You would have known him, and he would know you. Because for those who don't, that's what that's what he says. He'll say, for those who don't, it'll be like, depart from me, for I never knew you, right? Because that is the again, he is seeking this relationship, because there is the now, right? He's trying to establish his kingdom with you now, but then there is the kingdom that he is going to establish in the latter end of things, right? That require that you had a relationship with him now. You know what I'm saying? So there is that there is that too, which is another reason, but to consider accepting Jesus as your Lord and Savior. Like I said, I'm not really trying to preach here. I'm just trying to share with you guys that part of my life, right? That part of my life that is has that relationship with God, and uh my faith in him growing over the years, and how it's shaping and directing where I'm going in life, and it constantly always has. Even again, it's crazy, because even when I wasn't seeking him out, I can look back even in those moments and be like, man, this is him intervening. This was him intervening, moments in my life when I wasn't even seeking him, kind of just seeing the hand of God. And anyways, I'll leave that there. Food for thought. Another thing I do want to stress, though, or not stress, but shout out, uh, this book. Let me put it closer. What if we'd chosen different? So I had her on a couple weeks ago, I want to say by now, and the recording was crazy. Like the visuals, I can't understand why. Like I said, I don't know why. It is what it is, and it's disappointing. It was disappointing, but we both agreed we're gonna have her back on, and so that's cool. and But figured I still want to shout out the book. Last time when I had her on and we were speaking on it, I only read a few chapters because I had just gotten the book, but I finally read the whole book. What if we chosen different? And I recommend reading it, not just because she's a close friend and I want her to succeed. That's also true. But it's because really and truly, it is a good book. Um, me and her are relatively around the same age. Um, but I feel like even for those that might be a little younger than us, or even actually still, maybe even just young, even if you're a teenager, uh, maybe a little older than, like there's this time frame that she's speaking on that that we were all a part of, that just really feels like hopping in the DeLorean and kind of just traveling back in time, and and that's due to like reference of like platforms, that we used to speak on before, and how we used to communicate back then, how cell phones work back, things of that nature, the internet. But then also just how she was thinking then at that age, where I'm like, it really took me back to like my relationships back in that time, and how I would think, and how we like felt about love and things in that age. There really is um a difference. The older you get, the more you realize things, and sometimes it could be that the more you've become jaded about love, because you really haven't fully confronted the very things that may have caused that jadedness. And so there's still this lack of maturity in that topic of itself, or that part of our lives where we all desire love, we all desire to be loved, and to give love, as well. But due to, again, the world we live in, whether it's the culture that's prominating a certain kind of behavior, I guess you could say, from the music to the movies, to even social media now itself, influencers, and how that kind of morphs the way we think about things. Drugs in itself play a factor. Like there's so many things, but I say all that to say that, again, from where I'm at now and how I view love and relationships, marriage, whatever, all that, then the way she's speaking in the story, or at least the character in the story, um, it's like it's crazy. Yeah, we work. The naiveness that comes from being that age. There's moments where like I'm like, that wisdom that truly comes from those older than you at that time, that you shun away because you feel like they don't know what they're talking about, even though they really do. Um, but anyways, it's a really good book. I really enjoyed it. I definitely have a lot of questions to ask her now that I've read the book. So hopefully you guys can enjoy, or join us for that conversation. It should be on the 21st, I think, is what we agreed on, of this month. Um, and Yeah, I'm very looking forward to that conversation. But again, go check out the book. What if we chosen different? Again, I feel like I said then, or the last time I had her on, is I really feel it's something that applies to even more things than just relationships, right? Um, the job you didn't take, or the job you did take, the friends you made, the friends you let go of, the woman, or the girl or the boy you decided to, whatever, it really, you know, what you what you end up going to school for, what you didn't, I'm saying, whatever the case may be, like that is life, right? And sometimes I know I think we all can agree, we all wonder to ourselves, what if we chosen different, you know? Uh Sports, right? What if the coaches had chosen different? What if the play was a different call play, right? Like that's a thing that just it plagues us all, is all I'm saying. And the reality is we I think we all can relate to that, and the book really dives into that, from the relationship angle. But I feel it's a question we can all ask ourselves, and that'd be a conversation worth having with her again. I might put out not that I might, I will. I am actually re-editing the recording we did, but I'm gonna probably re-release it in audio format just because the visuals really were pretty bad, like really bad. Which again, let me know if how it looks now, if it's good, if it's not, because I don't want to be out here slacking. Oh, look at that, Nikki, you're on Facebook. Oh yeah. Oh, you're talking about yeah, yeah, yes, I'm talking about you next week Friday. Let's go. Um, but yeah. So next week Friday, right? Is that yeah? Yep. Um, Looking forward to that conversation, Nikki. I got a lot of questions, and like I said, it's a really great conversation. I will be again re-releasing the other recording, but just in audio format to save others the torment of trying to see that live. Really, really upset me that it came out, because it was a really great conversation, like a really great conversation. Although, I mean, there was other reasons to why also we had to obviously take it down and edit it. But nonetheless, it was a really great conversation. So hopefully we can re-emulate that without necessarily, maybe, I guess, I mean, not that I mind talking about the same things, but hopefully, there's a way to, I don't know, expound on things in another way. But anyways, that being said, again, I just wanted to give her a shout out, and again, that book, just if you're looking for something to read, what if we chosen different? Again, let me just let you guys look at that. Bam. And it's a hard copy, the one she gave me. And low key shout out because she low key signed it for me. So, you know, hopefully when she's famous, you know what I'm saying? Bam. So cool, coolios. Shout out to Nikki. Appreciate you. Um, Anyways, go read that book if you're interested in something to read. It's a good book. I'm actually, now that I'm done with this one, I'm actually reading this one, Lead from the Front. This was given to me by my uncle while he was here. It's called Lead from the Front, Lessons and Legacy from the First Black U.S. Army Special Forces General. So that's where I'm at with that now. If you're looking for something to read, check that out too. Honestly, it's good so far. But I'll give my full review on it once I'm done with it. Um, but anyways, let's get into some juicier topics here. No, well, not that what I'm talking about wasn't juicy, but you know, I'm sure not everybody comes on here to hear me rant about, I guess, not rant. I wasn't really ranting, but sharing my faith and whatever. Who knows? Maybe you guys are here for that. Nikki says, "Thanks, LOL. I appreciate it. Oh, that book sounds good too. It is. It is. It is a good book so far. Again, I don't. I'm gonna give a full review on it once I'm done with it. Um, and yeah. But anyways, yes. What's next here? Oh, right. Okay, here we are. So, low key, I'm gonna wait for some juicier topics because one of my boys did say he's gonna. He gave me a specific time of when he can hop on. So I'm gonna wait for some juicier topics that I did want to discuss once he gets here. So I'm gonna probably start with some TV shows that I've been watching that and that are kind of just starting or just started maybe a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago. Maybe I talked about. I just don't remember talking about them last week, so I kind of just want to revisit it, or maybe I didn't, and here we go talking about it. Um, but first, I want to start with the bear. Obviously, this is one that I've kind of come to like because within my own personal life, I found myself re coming back into like the culinary world. Um, I used to be intrigued by that back then, like a few years ago. Um, One of my first jobs was actually working in the kitchen of a banquet hall, and even then, I was kind of like, "Oh man, this is cool." The only problem is then the people I was working for were cheap. I mean, and I don't want to down talk them too badly because they did give me a job, um, and so there's that. But dude, they wouldn't pay me on time, and that part pissed me off. They expected me to work for free, and that wasn't cool. And at the time, I was still working at UPS, so I was like, "Well, UPS is paying me, you guys aren't." So that kind of. But honestly, actually, I didn't even leave. They actually, I think, fired me if I'm correct, for other reasons. And actually, I'll even talk about it. What it was is honestly, in my opinion. So back then, I for sure wasn't who I am now. I was definitely smoking weed, selling weed, um, and and the owners had a daughter who would come visit from time to time, and low key, like she was trying to, like she was trying to get with your boy, And the truth is, at the time, it's not that she wasn't cute; she was cute, but I was also like trying to be. I was in a relationship and I was trying to be faithful, trying to, and I say that because sorry. Um, I really wasn't great at being faithful either in certain regards, if I'm going to be honest. But there were moments where I was trying, I guess you could say. And so then she pretty much ratted me out to her parents that I smoked weed and sold weed in the parking lot of their establishment. But in my mind, again, you're not paying me money, so I got to make money. So I'm like, all right, well, whatever. That was my excuse to why I would sell drugs on their property. Um, but anyways, so I got fired. But all that to say, working there really did kind of like intrigue me with that. And then a few years after that, I would find myself working at Wingstop and eventually becoming an assistant manager of one of the locations. And that was a cool experience, like, and at that moment, I remember kind of like ideas coming to me that not that it was like a main thing for me because back then I want to say maybe, well, there was two things. When I was working at Wingstop, that was when I was kind of like introduced or not introduced, but I was more serious about my relationship with God then. That was one factor. And then two, I thought I was still pursuing music at that time. So like there was those two things happening. But there was this like talks that I would have with even some of my coworkers of like if we were to open up our own joint, what would it be? I think even the movie Chef came out at the time. And so even the intrigueness of like this idea of like opening up a food truck, what would that look like? So those conversations were happening. So I thought that was, again, it was something that even at that time, I'm like, oh man, it's kind of cool, like kind of go that route. But, at the time, even up until now, really money kind of was the motivator for a lot of the things I was doing. And so I was pursuing money. But if I'm be honest, I think I got fired from Wingstop too. And similar situation. I'll be honest, a similar situation. I got fired from Wingstop because uh, I decided to have a relationship with one of my coworkers at the job, which uh, kind of bit me in the ass twice because not only did I get fired for that, which if I'll be honest, you know, he used the excuse of us making out in the back, which is like the kitchen, whatever, like or not the kitchen area, but like whatever. We made out in the back, and tried to use some reason there, but it's not like we were like fully making out or anything like that. Like, well, I mean, we kind of were. I'm not gonna like we were making out, but like whatever. Like it's just like nothing more than that, and then whatever. He used that as a reason to fire me. But I really think honestly it's because I think he had a thing for her. I'll be honest. I think that's really what it was. And I think he just felt salty that like, whatever. But so like I got fired, and then the crazy part about that, I'm kind of gonna giving you guys insight into my life, is that so I had the termination papers still, but because there was this idea where I thought I was gonna try and like sue, and so I'm like maybe I'll just keep this and handle it because there was some bogus stuff there. Anyways, all that to say that um I had it in my drawer, and I had this apartment at the time that my girlfriend at the time, who wasn't this girl from the restaurant, was living with me. And at this point, if I'm be honest, also this was a point in time where like I kind of started walking away from my faith too. So even that was getting becoming shaky, and and she ended up finding the termination papers, and that led to like this whole crazy thing. So it really, you know, uh, caused problems for me in more than one way. So there's that. But anyways, to the bear. My whole point is now I'm back here, and this is definitely one of my favorite shows to watch. Although I will say, like the last couple seasons prior to this last one was kind of shaky, and because it felt like there was a lot that they were doing and squeezing in there. It was kind of like it was becoming a lot fast paced and jumping through things, and it's like, man, what's going on? And then this last season was kind of interesting because it was almost like a callback to how the first season was, but not, or maybe the second season, I should say. But I felt two ways about it. I enjoyed it relatively still, though I will say now that I'm back into that world, I'm kind of more critiquing, or I find myself more critical about the things I see happening in the kitchen, or uh, things that I like know, like, well, you shouldn't be doing that. That's a no no, whatever, whatever. But anyways, the whole point is um, still a good show, still has really good premises about working in the kitchen, and insight into that. But not everything for sure is that accurate, or not everything is 100% accurate, I would say. Um, but it's not that far off either. And but one thing that I felt like was cool, but at the same time I didn't like, is I did like that they were doing this thing that seemed like, let's just stick to the story at hand. So it brought it back to that, so it wasn't feeling too fast paced, like boom boom boom, like jumping into like another story, whatever. It was more like day to day basis, or not even day to day basis. It was all one day, and I thought that was kind of a cool thing to do. Like, so instead of kind of like taking it day by day, or whatever, week by whatever, like where like instead of like jumping through time fast, it was like, no, we're all stuck in this one day, episode per episode, which was kind of cool because yes, like that felt really this season felt really relative to that degree, because it's like you're kind of getting the full feel and the emotions of what a day in the kitchen could look like, and especially for them in that moment where uh I mean, you should go watch it even if I give this, is that their restaurant is essentially failing, right? They're going through a hard time, which I feel is also what made it relatable and honest, is because working in the restaurant business, or having your own it's cutthroat. It's cutthroat and very challenging. Because it's predicated and dictated by the market. It's by how the community itself, people around you, how they are, how are they financed. A lot of things take place into this, so there's a lot of things, people's personal lives being brought into the workplace, right? Like, so it's It's a lot, and I felt like this season really did a good job of that. And then, not that they had, again, I thought they did a good job of that in the first couple seasons. They kind of lost that. They lost that a bit in like maybe what I would say, I don't know, the fourth season, because I think we just saw the fifth season. Um, but I say all that to say that, like, you know, it felt really grounded and relatable how they were taking you through it. My only issue was like I just felt like they kind of cheated us from the, I guess, the how long the episodes used to be um, on their in the previous seasons. It felt like the episodes were a lot shorter this time around, but nonetheless, again, still really enjoyed it. It's still a great show. Y'all should really check it out. Um, Another show worth mentioning that just started last week, and actually I got to catch the new episode that came out yesterday, and that's Ted Lasso. Though I will say, it feels like they're definitely, and then somebody help me out here. I don't know. Maybe this woe on me for not getting this information. I don't know if there's new showrunners or they have new producers or new script writers or whatever, but for sure, it seems like um between the last season and this season, they did what I feel a lot of great shows that end up kind of sucking do. Um, and that's that they want to get into like the woke political conversation of things, and and that's where it's kind of like, oh, like why do you guys do this? Because you don't know who you might be shunning when you're getting into this. But I will say they did it in a way that wasn't as bombarding as other shows, right? Though it still sucks that they did it because it's just like you can see how they kind of had to go out of the way to make certain things work and certain things happen. But luckily, because the show isn't that serious, they can kind of get away with it, kind of. Um, but I feel like even with the last or the first episode we got in the headline, they kind of like starting there already. It's like, oh, okay, so you guys are kind of still feeling you have to tackle something here. Uh, Socially, culturally, whatever, which is kind of like so hopefully this, and I just don't like that they started it off like that. Now, granted, these kind of things lingered throughout the show, so it's like it's not too crazy, right? Like I would say, I think the first thing that they kind of like decided to like let's talk about it a bit was like the whole the prejudices of being black, so like let's make up the story of this black football player and the woesness that come with him becoming political, which again I have yet to have witnessed in real life. So I thought it was kind of funny that they put it in the show. Now, granted, maybe that's ignorant on me to not keep up with the fact, like, no, yeah, there's athletes that have had their businesses and their homes or which again, yes, I have seen, but not from the angle that they came at it with. You for sure you've seen things of that nature happen, right? Like, but interestingly enough, they chose the side that I haven't seen that it happen with, right? Um, and I guess if I'm just gonna keep it a buck, what I mean by it is like I have yet to really witness, you know, let's just say like LeBron James, right? He for sure has taken some political stances throughout his career, right? Um, and you could say left leaning ones, maybe. Nothing's happened to him, right? Still, untouched, whatever, right? And so that's what I mean when I say like I have yet to see now. But on the other end, right, whether it's sports commentators or sports athletes that have their virtues that they're trying to stand on, and they speak on something that are more, I guess, right leaning. You've seen the cancel mob come after them, and you know brands pulling away from having being having them be deals and things of that nature. So that's what I find it funny that they, and this is something, let's get into it, I guess, that I do find interesting, right? Because it's like though they do this a lot, really, that they in movies and shows they fantasize more this victimhood that they claim to have had, but like in real life, it's not really like that, and that I find interesting, um, you see it a lot, in shows, where it's like, and again, it's not to say that there aren't people that might experience something in life, but more often than not, you'll find it's one either in your own head or two or in their own head. And I say this speaking from experience, like more often than not, I projected my own thoughts and perspective on things in certain scenarios that I thought were prejudiced. That I'm further thought, I'm like, and I actually like think maybe it wasn't. Now, it's not to say that I haven't experienced prejudices in life. I have, or maybe racist, uh, I guess you could say race, whether racial prejudices or there we go, or cultural prejudices, right? I have experienced that in life. It's not to say that it can't happen, but to the degree that I think people think it happens, I don't think it's on that level. And again, sometimes I even have to check myself and say, I don't, now that I look back on this moment, I really don't know if it was that. I just assumed it was, because it just felt better to think that I think, because it couldn't be just other things. Um, but again, there are moments where I can say, like, no, this played out in that way because, and then there's like evidence, actual evidence to support my thought and claim to that, compared to other moments where I'm like, yeah, I think maybe I just thought this and it really wasn't that. But so again, I'm not to say that these things can happen. What I'm saying is the amount they make it seem it happens very rarely. And then on the opposite end, I will say that the prejudices I've also received also have come more from being open about my faith. I've probably had more prejudices with that also in the workplace, compared to, being, chastised or I don't know, whatever, critiqued for other things. You know what I'm saying? Um, and I just find it to be more true even now. I see it, you witness more prejudices, which again is what's funny about all this. I find is that there's this call for inclusion, and but yet it just seems like we in that conversation of those that are fighting for that that come from, like, I guess you could say, left leaning pockets, though they claim to be inclusive, they don't include everything either. You know what I'm saying? So there's this hypocritical like mindset I find that I find funny. Like you guys claim to be inclusive, but like I don't see you including every form of thought that exists in your side of conversations. Um, where I can say on the opposite end, at least I've witnessed more uh different schools of thought or different forms of thoughts on right leaning circles, um, as far as conversations are concerned. Um, Now, I say all that to say that coming to this show, though, to the Ted Lasso show, again, between the Sam Adesanya character and his story that they give him, right, and how like his political leanings caused this like uh, violence to occur to him. Again, in real life, I've seen. I think we can all agree, if we're being honest, it probably happened more to right leaning athletes and commentators than it has happened to left leaning ones. If we're going to be honest, right? Elon Musk decides to, you know, support Trump and all this stuff, and get involved with that, and all of a sudden people are burning down Tesla. You know what I'm saying? Like you've witnessed that more. Right appointed judges, their homes being, you know what I'm saying? Like you've witnessed that more with people coming out and opening about their leanings of belief in the right sphere of things, right? As far as the right and left conversation is concerned, more than way more than you've seen left, and that even goes to even like political violence that we've witnessed. Again, not too long ago, the Charlie Kirk assassination. Again, that's right leaning uh, Trump assassination attempt, like that's right. You know what I'm saying? Like so, like I just feel like we've witnessed that more with right leaning people coming out more than left, but yet when it comes to media, they portray it more from the left. And then the sad part about it is you have people like even believe just the notions of what comes from fictitious stories compared to like what's actually happening in real life. And that's the crazy part about all this, you know. Um, we got a meme in the chat. Yo, what up, brother? Yo, appreciate you, brother. Stopping by in the comment section. Let me, um, let me know if you want to hop on the live, bro. I can have you on. Send you the link. If you have time. Um, Also, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to share. Don't forget to like, Lord, guys. Um, uh, the and obviously engage with me in the conversation in the comment sections. Let me know what you guys think about what I'm talking about. I'm trying to hear from you guys as well. It's not just about me talking. So please let me know what you guys think. Let me know your thoughts. If you agree, if you disagree, and why. This is your moment. This is your time, not just my time. All right. But again, share, subscribe, like, do all that, right? Give a thumbs up, hit the notification bell, whatever you need to do. But anyways, so again, like you have these shows that will show these things, right? Again, in my lifetime, I've witnessed more uh, prejudiced behavior towards Christians and things of that nature than I have, let's say, gay people for that matter, right? The way the way these shows project, like even like what they go through, it's like, but in my life, I have not experienced any of that, and and in my life, I've witnessed more fake, I've witnessed a fake portrayal of prejudice towards gay people than I've had, witnessed uh, uh, actual the way you see it in the movies, And what I mean by that, let's just talk about it. The Jussie Smollett's versions of that, the fake way they talked about the shooting in the Miami club, like even that was like anybody knows, like that doesn't even make sense. Like again, but in my lifetime, again, I've not experienced that. And if like the way they make it seem, and like again, maybe it's because I'm just living in a city that is progressive. I don't know if that's what it is, but I mean, heck, I even went to church with a family who had a gay son, and it's like whatever. Nobody cared. You know what I'm saying? Like not that they didn't. Nobody cared in the sense of like it didn't stop people from talking to him. The way they make it seem in the movies or the shows, like though, like yeah, we all know that biblically, like he's living a life of sin, right? That's biblically, and but it didn't mean that just because it's in and that's not even the right way to word it, because again, that's also this false notions, and that's what I also hate about how they shows and movies make it seem like like because that's what Christians are taught. Like it's like no, that's actually not what we're taught. What we're taught is love everyone, love God, love your neighbor, love yourself. That's actually what we're taught. What we're taught is the world is where we all are already judged, so we can't. Like, we're not here to judge because the judgment's already been given, right? And that's why Jesus Christ had to pay the price. That's what we're taught. You know what I'm saying? Like, so and yeah, but all that to say, like, yes, we're taught that these things are all wrong, right? Whether it's this, that, or whatever, like, sexual morality, whatever, lying, cheating, this, that, whatever. Yes, we're taught that it's wrong, but what we're also taught is that this is what Christ died for, and this is why we're all given a chance after chance, really. Like we all say second chance, but like, let's be honest, the amount of chances we get is a lot. Again, going back to what I said in the beginning, is that we all fall short of the glory of God, and this is why Christ died, right? So again, the way they project these things, and even in the movies, it's kind of like, I don't know what time you live in. I don't know, like again, it's and this is what I mean. Like you could probably sell me on it if it's like some like out, in the boonies kind of place, maybe, but like, sometimes these things are projected like in inner cities, what I'm saying? Like, where it's like, dude, like my high school experience was like, I mean, gay pride on 10, like, what I'm saying? Like, I mean, Chicago has Boys Town. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about? Which was that was like the funniest thing about the Jussie Smollett scandal is like, my ninja, you were in Chicago downtown. You know, this idea that you wanted people to believe people wearing MAGA hats were trying out to get you and lynch you. It was just an insane story. But anyways, to go back to the Ted Lasso thing is like, at least out of all the shows I've seen, and like, at least it's not as bad, but it's still like, again, they do pitch these like what it seemed to be, and this is what I don't like about it. It's not that you can't have these things in the show. It's just that the way you guys talk about it or the way it's brought up in the show comes off as you're trying to preach something rather than just display something that's life. That's where like you want to have a gay character in the show. That's great, like because that's life. There are gay people in life. It's when you want to add this like, hey, we should do the story of where like he's not accepted because he's gay, or it's like what again? What are we doing here? Like that's where it's like, why are we still doing this? Or like, the women in the workplace, like they're just not accepted. Like, I don't what have you guys worked in the workplace? Like, what I'm saying? Like, it's these things that they take these like cultural, and again, it actually even goes to the whole like how this is how crazy the news gaslights us to believing a lot of these things. Which that's we'll get into that later. But my whole point is like, if you really are believing half the things you see in the news, you would again they gaslight into thinking things are a lot worse than what they are. It's not to say that certain things aren't true or all things aren't true. I'm just saying you really have to be mindful about what they're telling you and live life for yourself, because if you just believe everything they tell you, you would really think everything's going to hell. And it's really not. Half these things aren't as crazy as they portray it to be. But anyways, so again, it's like that's where it gets me. It's like, come on, like why we can't we just have a show, like an episode or a show that like there's this great football player. He has political beliefs. Cool. He wants to. Although I will say that I think that's probably what made those episodes interesting, because obviously we are living in an era where you do have athletes wanting to have a voice, which is kind of like there's conversation for that. Like, should that be a thing? Should it not be a thing? Right. Personally, I think whatever, let them have their opinions, right? Like, you wouldn't want your job, I wouldn't want my job being like, hey, Mike, we don't like you talking about what you're talking about on your podcast. We're gonna have to let you go for that. And the sad part is it has happened to people, and maybe that's the unfairness of this all, right? How about that being the discussion? And again, 9 times out of 10, the people it's happening to are the people that have like right leaning, and I say that just because the way everything's identified. Here's a fact for everyone. I think that would surprise people. I find that there's actually a lot of Christians that are more Democrat in specifically like Chicago, blue cities, than they are Republican for that matter. Obviously, but it's, I guess, again, it's and even those Christians have to kind of be careful how they talk about their faith in the workplace, whatever. But all that I say, I'll say that I've seen that more happen, the backfiring of things happen more for those people than people who are like, I don't know, fighting for, I don't know, gay rights or trans rights, or, uh, pro-choice, uh, anti, whatever the case may be. Like, I've found that people who have shared that, and nobody cares, right? And jobs really don't care, But I find more people, have lost their jobs because maybe they're pro-life, maybe because they decided to share their faith at work with somebody. I find that to have happened more, than the other way around. Um, but it's funny because you don't see that in the media, or being portrayed even in movies and shows. So that's the hypocrisy in it all. I find, really. But or just how about just don't have it at all? How about the show's already fake, as these shows are fake as they are already. How about just give us a world that you want it to be? How about that? How about a world where nobody cares that so and so's black or that so and so's gay, and everybody's just living with each other? How about just that? You know what I mean? Like, why can't we just have that? Why why do you eventually always have to give this story? Like, oh, you know, yeah, and eventually that's what they even did with the other characters, right, in the show. And then other characters, like, oh yeah, despite the fact, like they just now this, it's like, oh wow, okay. But anyways, like, and again, it just felt because it's like, they even actually openly would have political lines in the show in the last season until the last show, and they kind of started it off that way too now, in this new season. So it's kind of like, all right, clearly you're making it clear you're anti-Trump. Okay, we get it. Hopefully that's the last we have to hear about it. You know, but apart from all that, the show's still funny. So at least I can say that. And again, they don't do it as they haven't done it as heavy as other shows have done it. Like for instance, like Brooklyn Nine-Nine. They decided to really steep heavy into like the left propaganda stuff. And it's like, damn, like that. Even the funny parts weren't even funny anymore. Like they lost their, or like the writers just weren't even writing anything funny anymore. At least the last one still has some funny writers that are still telling funny jokes and still enjoyable. Um, so I'm enjoying that new season so far. Um, Now, yeah, I'll save the. I'm gonna get into the Chicago sports later. Um, Another series that I'm kind of diving back into because they kind of just started their new season is Batman. The Batman. I don't know if it's the Batman or Batman Cape Crusader on Amazon Prime. Um, Oops. And I'll say this: overall, I like it. I like the aesthetic of it. It definitely, it's almost like a callback to the Batman animated series. It very very much feels like that, which I'll still say still the best Batman animated show of all time. Even compared to this new one, I'm still choosing that Batman animated series over that. Matter of fact, I'll take the Batman animated series over any superhero animated series out there. I'll just say that. So there's that. But that being said, right? I what I did because I kind of forgot how the first season went, and I'm sure maybe if I would have just jumped into the or second season, I would have gotten a recap. I wasn't too confident of that because I kind of am watching it on another account. So I'm not so sure if they only give you that if they've seen. I don't know. I don't know how it works. So all that to say that what I did is I decided to start from like the first season. So I just wrapped it up, and again, it kind of reminded me like it's a great show. Uh, it's not to say that everything's perfect, right? Like I wasn't a fan of the. Uh, Not that I'll put it like this. It's not that it did. I'll put it. It's not that it didn't bother me that they decided to make Penguin a woman. I'm actually not even sure if it's actually a woman still. To be honest with you, it's a because if it is, it's somewhat of a hideous woman. Although I'll be honest, they also went out of their way to almost like not sexualize the women in this cartoon, which it is what it is. It's a choice, and it's not necessarily a bad choice. Um, and maybe it's for the best, right? Maybe it's not too but again, as a kid coming up, I could say there were cartoon characters that I was like, ooh yeah, the sexualizing of the characters were appealing, right? Let's just be honest, right? Like, and it's kind of so it's you look at how they drew characters then to how they draw characters now, and it's kind of like, but it's almost dishonest too. You know what I mean? Because it's like, you want your superhero to be masculine, you know, in the sense of like physique wise, right? You want nobody can believe Batman's gonna take down these villains if he's scrawny, right? So like there's something to the fact that you still have to be honest about how you're portraying these characters. So this idea that you're trying to find a way to not make the women in the cartoon, you know, not necessarily be completely objectively beautiful to a certain standard. Um, Again, it's not it's again it's an interesting choice. Not that they're not. You can still kind of gather who's got appealing, who doesn't. But like, there's like a really fine line because it's not that obvious either. You know what I'm saying? Again, there's no curves, like obvious curves to some of the women. Some kind of do, but not to all of them. So that's, again, it's interesting that they're doing that. Um, but hey, like if it works, it works. I guess for them. Um, but all that to say that going to that penguin character, I was kind of like, the character is somewhat, to me personally, hideous. That I'm not so sure if it's that the penguin they have in the series is a just a hideous woman to me, but awkwardly there's men in this cartoon that find her attractive, that are like, woo, whatever, because somehow she's a showgirl to her own club, which in times past Penguin just owns the club because he's a man and he's not a showgirl. But apparently she's the showgirl, a Ray showgirl to her own club. And I don't know how, because again, there's nothing really appealing sexually about her, uh, that would give you that hint that off. So again, I don't know if it's that she's just an ugly woman, but you can't gather that because somehow men find her attractive, and or if what they're doing without really saying it is actually giving you a transgender woman, and that's why there's no sex appeal to this character. So again, I really don't know how to feel about it just yet because there's a lot of mystery still to this penguin character. But apart from that, the character was still a cool character or intriguing enough character. I'll say that, right? Like, you know, it's if she if it, whether whatever it is, whatever he is or she is. Again, I don't really know, but it was still a good enough character and a good enough villain for the episode that they had Penguin in. And probably another disappointment would be, and again, I don't know if what they're doing here also maybe in that first season was like certain characters, maybe it's the introduction to these characters. We haven't seen them in their full potential of what they are. Like the reality is we didn't get Joker in that first season, um, till the end of the season where they hint off that you're going to probably get him now in the second season. Um, but one of the, I would say, I guess, disappointing parts was, and again, not disappointing in the sense of like okay, I didn't get, we didn't get the version that's the cooler version of that character, but maybe I can somewhat still embrace these characters the way you're giving them, right? So you get Floyd Lawton, which is supposed to be Deadshot, um, but he's in the episode he comes out and it's more of like he's like this hired hitman, or but like for the gang or for the mob boss at that moment, which you don't get any Falcone, you don't get no the Maroney family, you don't get the Falcone family. It's Rupert Thorne, who's like apparently this mob boss in the show. Um, so there's that angle, and again, they introduce all these characters that are pretty interesting characters. But again, they introduce Floyd Lawton as this just like hitman for the mob essentially. So he's like he looks like a gangster, so to speak, but like of that time period, right? Um, with so that was kind of like, all right, so it's not the Deadshot we know, Floyd Lawton, so he's a hitman, but again, he easily gets shot. That's what I didn't like. It's like Deadshot's supposed to be like this professional assassin, you know, and then you get introduced to this other character that you would think could be Deadshot, but I don't really know who it is. You don't really get a name for him, and I'm not even sure he's ever been a Batman character. I could be wrong. And actually, I should, woe on me for not, woe for me, on me because I didn't look for it, to verify who this character is. But essentially, it was like almost like he looked more like Bullseye from Marvel's universe than than a DC character, because he had like this Bullseye and a mask, like a full on mask that was like a Bullseye mask. But anyways, so that was an interesting portrayal of that. Uh, they went out of their way to do a different version of Harley Quinn. So Harley Quinn is not connected to Joker in this series, but she is still lesbian apparently. So they're sticking to that version of Harley, you know, which I guess this new age of DC fans are okay with. Not that it's a bad thing necessarily, but if I'm being honest, I do like the Joker Harley duo more than I do the Harley Ivy duo. If I'm being honest, um, and but anyway, so there's that. But so they definitely have her in this series be her own coming of Harley Quinn compared to in other iterations. So I'll say that, which is an interesting take. Again, I'm still more of a fan of the original version of Harley Quinn, but not that I'm completely against what they did with her here. I'm interested to see where they go with this character going forward. Um, and let's see, what was another one that I felt was like, that's their version. Oh, and I would say their version of Clayface. You know, it's they it's essentially what it was. It was Clayface, but like not the monster version of Clayface. It's just kind of like this serial killer version of Clayface, which makes me wonder if that's the version we're getting actually in this Clayface movie. Um, so we'll see. We yet to see about that. Um, but I would say that that's about it. Like that was probably the only things I was like, okay, not the route I'd like for it to go, but it went that route. And okay, the show's still good. So definitely interested to see how this new season goes, especially because of how it ends. You kind of get the Joker reveal at the end of that season, So I'm interested in that. Um, and it's worth the watch if you're looking for something to watch. Now let's get into some movie, guys, because and then oh wait, here we go. Yeah, and then we're gonna get into the other interesting stuff. There again, there's plenty of interesting conversations coming around the corner still. So bear with me. Like I said, I wanted to try and get through this as much fast as possible. It's hard to when there's a lot to chop it up about. Um, but I just want to give flowers where flowers are deserved. We talked about it last week. We talked about it the week before that. And I'm talking about it again. The Odyssey. If you haven't seen this movie, I don't know what you're waiting for. Some people are waiting to still see it in IMAX. I'm like, don't worry about that. You're depriving yourself of watching something so great if that's what you're waiting for. Because really and truly, um, it's worth the watch even in standard screenings. That's how good the story is. I said last time I was going to watch it a second time. That I did, and it delivered. It delivered. Um, it's such a good story, guys. Like I can't stress it enough. Again, if you're into the mythology of things, it's great. If you're into just even somewhat theology, I think it's a great thing. The premise of the story, just how it can speak to the hero's journey on a real life, way. Again, it speaks to. I think it generally speaks to the audience on many levels. And then apart from that, visually, even in standard, it's breathtaking. You know, the shots that he chooses, it's still breathtaking. But I bring it up because it officially has crossed the $1 billion mark. Um, Last I checked, it's somewhere between 1.12 to 1.14 billion worldwide so far. So and deserving. And what I like, I guess what that speaks to me most of what I like about that, why that's the case, is because you know in an era where movies that if they're not Marvel or superheroes or you know that world apparently like or even sci-fi for that matter, the being the exception if it's a good movie. um if it's not that, it's like the studios are scared, and but obviously Nolan doesn't really miss. He doesn't miss at all. Let's just keep that a buck. Like you can look at his work and it's only got like it just gradually keeps getting better, and then like there's a certain standard that you can expect from a Nolan film. Maybe with the exception of Tenet, because it came out during COVID, unfortunately. And like I say this every time. Honestly, very overlooked. Shame on the people that are upset that they couldn't make sense of it, because it's like, well, that's essentially what we like about his films, right? Inception, same thing. There's that like open-ended, uncertain, like what's going, like what happened, like what I'm saying. Same thing, like Interstellar, same thing. In Tenet, same thing, right? Although if when you watch Tenet enough, you do get answers, and that's my point is like, if you would have just watched it more, you get the answers, that you're looking for. Though I like the fact that there's still like uncertainty, with certain things, right? I mean, some of my favorite films are like that, like Joker, right? Before we ended up getting the second part, right? When Joker was still just Joker, and that was the only thing that existed, there was this mystery about whether everything that we witnessed was real or not, and whatever, all that. Is Thomas Wayne really his dad or not? Whatever. But anyways, kudos to this man. Again, 1.12 to 1.14 billion dollars. Let's go ahead. Um, I mean, the man's a genius. Again, this movie is so great. It sucks that the people complaining about it. Like again, a lot of these complaints are just not really. They're missing the mark. They even some of the people complaining about. They're just missing the mark. They're missing the actual. The story. You're overlooking the story plot. You know what I'm saying? Like again, the way he told it works for the story he told. And I think it works for the modern audience. This is what they're failing to realize. It's like for a literature like the Odyssey, or even what's the other one before that one? Wow, I forgot what it's called. For any one of those epics of Homer's epics, right? Um, keep this in mind. It hasn't really, apart from like, okay, no, actually, no, I was about to say something that's not true. Consider this, I would say, right? And that's that the Bible, right? It's been, it's been had to have been, it has to have had constant retranslations, because from its original writing to what we speak now, language has changed, definitions somewhat have changed, right? So you kind of have to, for the modern person who's reading, for them to understand, like the amount of translations for the Bible, so that it's still understood, so that the message is still understood. Uh, it's for a reason, is my whole point, right? So hence why, to me, it doesn't bother me none that Nolan went with the modern tongue, and even voice and dialect for that matter. And it's almost kind of stupid, some like this idea, like, oh, because it wasn't opera like, like it's almost good because like you've seen the argument of like, oh, because it's not like true to the times. But if it's true to the times, then everybody in this movie would be speaking Greek. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Greek Latin for that matter. And nobody would understand this movie. You would have to have had translations throughout the whole film, which honestly, low key, I don't mind that either. I would probably still have seen it that way. But I say that to say that it makes sense to why he did that as a choice, a creative choice for this film. If you're trying to appeal a story that's however many years old to a modern audience, this is one way to do it. But again, apart from that, everything else that's said around this, again, I've talked about it enough. It's definitely worth the watch. Don't wait to watch it in IMAX. Watch it in both is my whole point. Don't be afraid. This is a movie you kind of have to watch more than once. On my rewatch, there's things that I just didn't get before that I got it on my rewatch. You know, and even watching it with my brother for the first time, like it was his first watch, my second watch. Our conversation was that I had with him was different from with the people that I watched it the first time with, and so again, it's not a movie that you should be afraid to watch more than once in the theater. I'd say that. Um, and it almost actually it felt faster for me in the second watch, even though it's still the same amount of time. The first time I watched it felt like very long, not in a bad way. I don't mind watching a long movie, but then when I watched it the second time, it was like now that I know where things are, where the story's at, I'm like, this movie actually moves a lot faster than I thought it did. Only because I guess in that first watch it felt long, but again, I say that to say that it's worth the watch, guys. Uh, the $1 billion market's passed. It makes sense. So right now, the Odyssey now is his number one film that Nolan's ever directed as far as what it's gross. Now, this is not considering inflation. So not considering inflation, Odyssey is ranked one at $1.10 billion, and that's that it's still out. So again, it can still make more, and I hope it still does make more because I'm trying to encourage you guys. If you haven't seen it, go watch the Odyssey. It's a really good story. If it's almost like he, I feel like he took that and made it the modern day like it felt like a modern day superhero movie in that time. That's what it felt like, right? So again, it's ranked number one according to the numbers without adjusting for inflation. Dark Knight Rises is in second place at in 1.85 billion. No, 1.085 billion. Dark Knight at 1.008 billion. Then Oppenheimer at 975 million. Inception at fifth with 839 million. In Interstellar at 774 million. Dunkirk at 7. Batman Begins at eighth place. Tenet at 9. Insomnia at 10. The Prestige 11. Memento 12. The Following, his first film, at 13th place, obviously. That's his oldest film. So that again, it's not baffling enough, or it doesn't baffle me. It is interesting that the Prestige didn't make as much as Insomnia did, considering or more considering Prestige came after Insomnia. But Insomnia is really a good movie. I like the Prestige too, though. But Insomnia is a really good movie, so I guess that isn't too crazy. Again, I hate that Tenet's so low on this because I know if it wasn't for COVID, it'd be up higher on the list. Now, adjusting for inflation, uh, it does change things, and it's like okay, but still pretty high up there. And consider that again, this movie still has legs on it. It's still out there and still worth the watch. But Dark Knight Rises obviously takes the cake. It's almost a similar list, but now you kind of have to put Odyssey where it belongs. Um, and that's that. Adjusting for inflation is technically the fourth highest grossing movie, because technically adjusting for inflation, Dark Knight actually at this point in time would have made 1.54 or 58 billion. Dark Knight would have made 1.56, and Inception would be 1.27, with the Odyssey right after that at 1.12. So again, just shout out to Nolan, shout out to the cast, shout out to everyone who worked on that movie. Definitely worth the watch. Uh, Go watch it if you haven't watched it. Um, it's definitely worth the watch. Now, let's get into this one because I spoke on it last time, but the reality is dude, it's got legs. It's got legs, and it's still making more money. And so Spider-Man, Brand New Day. I mean, again, I can't stress this enough. This is a Spider-Man movie, not the Avengers, not Thunderbolts, not the Justice League. This is Spider-Man, So Spider-Man now is officially in leagues. As far as like solo superhero movies are concerned, it's now holding its own, like Batman. Where it's sorry guys, when you're talking about what Nolan did with the Dark Knight, having it past that threshold. Spider-Man is now in that bracket. I mean, not that this is the first film to do that. Let's just keep that. Just keep that 100, right? Technically, when you're talking about everything after Homecoming, started making a billion. But I think it's, it has that Guardians of the Galaxy factor, right? You have to consider that it's now part of the zeitgeist, or it was part of that time period, right? Um, and I think Far From Home was us, still invested into like what comes next. Now that Tony Stark's dead, the Avengers have fallen, or what happens at the end of Endgame, right? It was still kind of like on the coattails of that. We were all still invested. Um, but again, credit to where credit is due, though. Sony, again, Far From Home gets a lot of slack. Personally, it's still one of my favorite films that I have enjoyed. Now, don't get me wrong, I get it. Like there are some things there are some issues with it, right? There are. It's not, but still one of my favorite movies that I enjoyed when I went to the theater of the Spider-Man movies. Um, I still enjoyed it. I still enjoyed it a lot. Mysterio being one of my favorite characters, or villains for Spider-Man, I would say. And I would also say Jake Gyllenhaal did a great job. Like I don't want to pretend like he didn't, right? He did, right? So credit due where credit is due. He did a good job with that. But No Way Home. No, I'm sorry. Brand New Day, 1.8, 1.6, 1.68 billion so far worldwide. Um, I mean, and this is, I believe, again, like I said last time, second to the Avengers Endgame, right? That's what's crazy about this, you know. And actually, let me look that up. Where does Spider-Man Brand New Day rank in the box office in the entire, oops, because I do got some rankings there with Spider-Man in general, but this was one I forgot to. So okay, I don't want to blow. I was blowing smoke a bit. It has yet, but I think this is also adjusting for inflation. Yeah, this is adjusting for inflation. So okay, should have put not adjusting for inflation. Um, whatever. Yeah, because that can't be right. Oh, actually, maybe no, maybe I might be wrong. Hold on, maybe it's not adjusting for inflation. Let's go back up. Make sure I'm looking at the right list here, the right numbers. Okay, no, I don't think it's adjusting for inflation just yet. No, because I got some stuff here that I put together because I was just really intrigued. But again, this number intrigues me again. But it's warranted. It deserves this. It was a really good movie. It really was. But obviously, like me and you, if you were here last week, me and Silos, we talked about it a bit. It does have issues. I don't want to. As a matter of fact, let me reiterate this: it's a good movie, but I have issues with it for sure. Let me just say that. But it's still for sure one of the better Marvel films that have come out in the recent years, right? Um, so its success makes sense, is what I'm trying to say. Um, but right now, to the other Spider-Man movies, it's in second place, right behind No Way Home. It might pass it up, it might not. And if it doesn't, I'm not mad at it. I wouldn't be mad at that because again, No Way Home had all three Spider-Man. What I'm saying? We had the Tobey Maguire, we had the Andrew Garfield Spider-Man, and Tom Holland. All three again, we had all three Spider-Man, all their villains in one, well, somewhat all their villains in one film. It made sense, to why that movie it would make sense why that movie still would be more in the box office to Brand New Day. I wouldn't be mad if Brand New Day doesn't pass it up. That seems right to me. But where it stands now, as far as like if in second place, that makes sense. Then you got Far From Home at 1.13 billion. Um, then, interestingly enough, in fourth place is Spider-Man 3, 2007 Spider-Man 3, uh, at 894 million. And again, this is not adjusting for inflation yet. Then you get Spider-Man. Um, actually, maybe I can give you guys the numbers here. Hold on. I mean, I should have showed. Actually, I should have been showing you guys this. This is what I should have done. Um, let's see if I can share these numbers with you guys, so you guys can see what I'm looking at. And you guys gonna kind of get a look into the back curtains of what I'm looking at here. Oh, don't, don't. All right. So these are the numbers we're looking at, guys. That I'm looking at, so you guys can see what I'm looking at. We got Spider-Man No Way Home at first with 1.92. Spider-Man Brand New Day 168. Okay, we were saying that again. I was like, okay, cool. Spider-Man 3 holds still. I will say I'm kind of like salty, not salty, but I'm like, oh man. It just goes to show that when you do have an interestingly enough franchise, though, and people are invested, every next movie should do well. That's what this actually shows. Because anybody who's honest, or that in every discussion I've had, we all know Spider-Man 2 is the best movie of that trilogy compared to Spider-Man 3. Though, yes, you get more villains in this movie, Spider-Man 2 still takes the cake. And the reality is, if we're going to be honest, Venom, the portrayal of Venom in this movie was like, really mid. Sandman was probably the best part of the movie. And then the son, Osborn's son, taking the mantle and becoming the Green Goblin or Hobgoblin. I'm not sure what they called him in that movie. I mean, it made sense, but at the same time, just wasn't the greatest part of the story either. Again, Sandman was probably the best villain of that movie, so that is what it is. But nonetheless, it just shows that people were invested enough to go watch it, for that reason. Spider-Man Homecoming right after that. And this actually shocked me, though. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, maybe I'm talking out of my ass. Spider-Man, the first one, made 825 million. And Spider-Man 2 is behind that, and that's that it comes afterwards. So that's actually interesting enough. But I guess it makes sense. I guess. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. I wonder why that is. Like, I don't know. Were people not interested to see Doc Ock? Like, is that, is he not a good enough villain? That's it. I mean, good enough still, or Spider-Man obviously still carries the movie. I mean, look, Spider-Man movies do well. That's what you learn here, right? I mean, even the Amazing Spider-Man over 700 million. And in essence, I still take these two movies over this movie. Hell, even over this movie, I would say, and as far as how I would rank them, just according to my favorites, so interesting. That's interesting. But yeah, so you guys got to look at the numbers. This is what they look like. This is not adjusting for inflation now, right? Not adjusting for inflation. Adjusting for inflation, things do change, I think, a bit. And that's interesting to see. So let's go ahead and let me see if I can find that one, wherever I had that one hiding. Adjusting for inflation was an interesting look. Here we go. This is an interesting thing to look at now. Now it does change a bit, somewhat. So this is kind of cool. And actually, and this is right. I think this list is a little bit more accommodating, I would say. See if you guys can. Oops. There we go. So now, adjusting for inflation, look at how it changes, right? And this is an honest now more depiction. I feel, right? You got again still these two at the top, but now Spider-Man, the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man in third place. That makes sense to me, right? Because again, this is a better film, I think, in my opinion, than even Far From Home. Definitely better than Spider-Man 3. But even these two being better than Homecoming, that's right to me. Again, it's even adjusting for inflation, right? These Spider-Man are in the billion mark, right? So that matters. This context matters, you know. So almost adjusting for inflation, every Spider-Man movie has technically made over a billion. That's crazy, you know. But that's Spider-Man for you. That's why he is the Marvel. You know, he's the poster boy of Marvel. You know, that's what that goes to show. That's what that goes to show, and it deserves that. Again, Spider-Man Brand New Day, 1.60 million in that ballpark, and it's still out of theaters. I'm sure it's gonna make more. Again, I won't be upset if it doesn't make more than Homecoming. And honestly, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. No, or not Homecoming. No Way Home. Sorry, it shouldn't make more than No Way Home. So I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't, because it shouldn't. And if it does, I'll be like, that's crazy. But again, I wanted to give them their flowers because it's again compare. Oh no, whoa, totally forgot the other one that I wanted to look at, guys. Just okay, that's the inflation run. But I wanted to compare it. I wanted to compare it to the overall MCU. That's what I wanted to look at here. So let's go ahead and look at that actually, because again, still, this is telling of something. You know, is my whole point. This is telling of something. When you have, wait, what is going on? Oh, sorry guys. Bam. So obviously, Avengers Endgame at first, which in my opinion, Infinity War is still the better movie over Endgame, in my opinion. But you know, it is what it is. Again, it's the investment. People were invested in Avengers Endgame. You know, to why again 2.79 billion. That's crazy. Avengers Infinity War, 2.05 billion. Now, this is why I say it's interesting because I want you guys to look at this. Now, all the Avengers movies are in the top bracket, right? Top brackets. The only thing separating it is Spider-Man. Now, again, these are solo movies technically. Technically, you can make the case that Spider-Man No Way Home is an ensemble. Kind of make that case. But it's really not, technically. It's just Spider-Man. But I can see the case for an ensemble there. I get it. But Brand New Day, again, it's not really an ensemble film. You know, it's just Spider-Man. You get some Hulk, you get some Punisher for sure. So the argument can be made there, I guess. But it's mostly it's a Spider-Man story through and through. Through and through, it's a Spider-Man story with some sideline story plots that consider Punisher, you know, the Hulk, Black Widow, the new Black Widow, right? Or White Widow, I don't know what to call her, you know. But the Thunderbolt, or now the Justice League Avenger. So again, Spider-Man being up here with true ensemble films. I mean, it doesn't get more ensemble than these two films. It doesn't. And it's up there with these in this, you know what I'm saying, third and fourth place. That's crazy. With the original Avengers, the first Avengers, in fifth. And then Avengers Age of Ultron, the second one, in sixth. You know, and then after that, it's just somewhat Deadpool Wolverine, that's somewhat of an ensemble. I can see that. Civil War, technically an ensemble. Iron Man 3, Black Panther being up there is Iron Man 3 being up here is kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of crazy. I haven't seen Iron Man 3 in a while though. I have to rewatch that. But again, you got to give credit where credit is due, man. Sony has managed to, partnering with Disney, but Sony gets credit because when you're watching these Spider-Man movies, they feel so different from the Marvel movies you get from Disney. That's just a fact. But they do toe the line, right? They try and find a way to still keep it on Disney level. I would love for them to finally break off because honestly, there's something in Brand New Day. If you haven't seen it, that for those who know the storyline that they kind of interpret in this, it's like, it's actually supposed to be a little bit darker and crazier than what we get here. And that did suck. That's another thing. Again, one of my pet peeves when it comes to Disney, Marvel, or the Marvel Disney formula. They, they're trying to cater to the family friendly, kid friendly audience, so they don't go full fledged to what that story plot's really supposed to look like. And they even talk about it in the interviews. So it's like it is what it is. But yeah, like I said, it's what I would now. If you were here for the discussion I had with Silos, it would be crazy if there was a director's cut to it, you know, and we just haven't seen it yet. Um, but I will say that again, there are some disappointing factors to it. To not just keep talking about it. Check out the conversation I had with Silos in my last live, and there is a spoil. We do get into spoiler conversation with the when we talk about Spider-Man brand new day that time. Again, I don't want to spoil it now. Give people still the chance to watch it, but um, again, it is still worth the watch. Uh, if you watch that live stream, I do have my issues with it, so go check that out. Um, but anyways, uh, to get into now the Chicago. No, no, I'll save that for last. Um, since we're in a discussion of movies and you know comic book movies and per se, I have to talk about it, right? This is, you guys know, I'm gonna do this every time. So like, let's just not even pretend anymore. You should know this is coming. Just expect it, embrace it. You know, just know it's coming. All right. Now, there's so much to discuss, right? Since the last time I brought it up, is my whole point, right? Uh, Last time I discussed this, there's been some things that have come out, and under this topic, when I bring this up, I'm even going to discuss essentially the Paramount Warner Brothers deal that technically is why we're even still discussing this, really. Um, but it's because if we're going to be honest, DC cinema, for that matter, hasn't been what it's supposed to be in a long time, with the exception of the Penguin HBO series, HBO Max series, and Matt Reeves' The Batman. But that's the kind of like that kind of stands similar to the Spider-Man thing, right? Spider-Man is the poster boy. People love Spider-Man. They're gonna go see Spider-Man no matter what. That's what Batman is, right? Like it doesn't matter if it's different or that you can blatantly tell like this isn't the Batman I know. You're still gonna go see it, right? And for all that being said, I've said this before. The Mavericks Batman isn't bad. It's everything. The movie. I essentially like it, other than just the way the route they went with that Batman. With Batman, and Bruce Wayne for that matter. But everything else I liked. Now my only other quarrel with it is just I know that it's on it. It essentially exists only because they took away the movie from Ben Affleck. And that's the part that also bothers me about the existence of that movie, is that it exists only because they took it away from Ben Affleck. Warner Brothers, talking about Warner Brothers. And knowing that technically that movie, that version of Batman exists, and will we ever get it? I don't know. But for those who don't know, that's why hashtag make the Batfleck movie exist. There's a whole account that kind of backs that up, that movement, so to speak, right? But the fight is out there, is what I'm gonna say, but we essentially encompass it. There's a lot of actually fights regarding the DC, whether it's make the Batfleck movie or release the air cut. I think we all kind of like know that when we say restore the Snyderverse, right, over here, we encompass that too, right? Like, but it's not to say that it's not worth hashtagging as well, like make the Batfleck movie, release the air cut, right? Because again, for those who don't know, there is a Ben Affleck script movie for the Batman. That again, because even that title, the Batman, that was Ben Affleck's title for his movie. Before they brought in Matt Reeves to then direct his movie, essentially. But then because they, again, there was just this weird period that we technically are still living in, right? Where Warner Brothers doesn't really know what they're doing with DC. That then they said, okay, you do your own thing, Matt Reeves, and then essentially then Ben Affleck was like, I'm out of here. And I'm giving you like the very short version of it. It was a culmination of things, but yeah, he wanted out. And then we got that's why I was like, all right, well, then Matt Reeves hired on, Robert Pattinson to be the new Batman, which it isn't an attack on Robert Pattinson because I believe, acted what he was told to act, right? So the Bruce Wayne you get, the Batman you get is the version he was told to give on screen, and so that is on Matt Reeves, and I'm still like, all right, Matt Reeves, like, not my favorite version of Batman. I'll say that. You technically, I guess, still have a chance to prove it to me, but I know that there's rumblings about the Batman 2 possibly not coming, and that's all because of this Paramount Warner Brothers deal, right? Like, it's still on hold, unfortunately. Or not that it's still on hold. It's now on hold, is what I should say, or most recently been put on hold, due to, well, I guess just due to, we discussed this a little bit last time. The whole, those. Well, let's just call it as it is. Those Democrat states that have this again weird. It's upsetting because it's like they're making it about politics when it shouldn't be about politics. Again, all these other monopolies that have happened, and all of a sudden this is where you decided to fight. It's telling, is my whole point, and it's very hypocritical, and that's what bothers me the most about it. And it's only being done because they are under this notion that they believe there's a connection to Trump, and that they believe, oh, now Trump and the right are going to own CNN. Which is like, even if they did, so what? Who cares? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's essentially them more afraid of losing the power of having all the news outlets that they do own, right? Like that, anybody who's honest, that the left leaning body politics owns, right? Because MSNBC, ABC, CNN, PBS, like all these outlets all are left leaning. Like it's blatantly true. Like, where as far as like legacy media is concerned, the only one that's right leaning is Fox. So so what if CNN become? But not that I don't think it would, right? Like I don't think it's going to be. That's not the case. Is my whole point. That's just a lie because they don't want to lose it. I think it'd be fair to say they might go back to maybe a moderate, in the middle, news, news site or news media, which would be fair and hopefully honest. But even then, like, who, you don't know that'll happen. Like, we don't know. Like, what I'm trying to say is that would be more true than what they're trying to spin, right? Like, or what they believe it's going to be, and then, but then they do it on the backdrop of the lie that they believe, oh yeah, no, we're just concerned with what's going to happen with theaters and blah blah. Like, it's a lie because Paramount has already spoken on what they plan on doing with theaters and the amount of time it's going to be in theaters. It's more, and directors, real directors, not goofy actors that don't know shit about it, like Mark Ruffalo, and forgive my French, but Christopher Nolan, great director. We all know that, he's spoken on how he thinks this will actually be good and beneficial to the movie theaters, and even CEO movie execs have spoken about this. How they've talked with Paramount. They believe this deal will be in the best interest of theaters. So again, it's all a lie. Is my whole point, and it sucks that we're here now. But it's not like, and again, because it's not their. They stopped it in the sense of like they halted in how fast this deal could have gone through, and we could have already seen what Paramount plans on doing as far as the changes come to Warner Brothers. And again, kudos to those that already touched on this, right? Like half this information that I know comes from me just listening to Sil's podcast, because he touches on this a lot on his channel, and in more obviously depth um, yeah, and more depth, yeah, more depth. But again, that and he shows you where it's coming from, right? He'll show you the source material. So let me give him credit where credit is due. Um, but yeah, like I said, it's even they're on record saying this. So it's again, it's sad because it's like we could already be getting this could have already happened at my point, but now we're waiting, and again, it all comes down to these specific states that are all Democrat states, that are in lockstep, with this lie that they're concerned of money, and who's going to be affected by it, and when they're really just all they're concerned with is the one outlet we're now about to lose. Like, too bad. And again, I don't really care for it because it's like, who cares? Nobody's really even listening. Anybody who's honest knows you're gonna always get something biased when you're listening to legacy media. So it's really not worth its grain of salt anymore as what it used to be. And that goes to whether you're just, again, only if you're wanting to hear what you want to hear, you're tuning into Fox, or you're tuning into CNN, or you're tuning into, like, now if you're someone like me, you'll still pay attention to these things, but you're getting both, right? And then I'm going to still try and find my own outlet that I can listen to, or the actual interviews, because I just know, like, you guys are only going to give me the information you want me to hear, and sometimes you got to just dig even deeper, right? Like, sometimes you're hearing Fox, like, oh, the numbers is this, or you're on CNN, the numbers is that. But then when you look thoroughly, ask more questions to get more precise uh, reasons, that you'll realize, again, everything's biased. So I always tell you guys, do your due diligence. Again, as an independent thinker, I pride myself on that. Like, just I don't take anything from any side at face value. It's like, all right. And then it's not to say that they're always lying. I'm not saying that either. Sometimes you are getting actually true information, whether it's from Fox or whether it's from CNN. Sometimes you are getting some actual, but sometimes, like, they're only giving you true statements that benefit the narrative, right? So it's like, it's true, but then there's also this part of the argument or this part of the discussion, whatever, that to consider. So anyways, all that to say that, the freeze that's happening, it's more about that than it is anything. And again, it's Paramount agreed, so now we're just waiting it out. So to clarify once again, many countries, many judges, whatever, have already agreed and are okay with the deal, right? So the DOJ approval that it got initially, meant that the deal cleared its federal review. So it cleared the federal review, just to clarify this, which matters. That matters more. But it's the multi-state, like I said, those Democratic states. Their suit is now the obstacle in the way, But the reality is it doesn't change anything, because what's obvious now, clear, is that Paramount and Warner Brothers are still bound by the agreement. And because of that, certain things that are on the so-called slate, or that were on the slate, are now in question, right? Like, we don't even really know, right? Because I think I just seen again that the Batman 2 just once again got put delayed or postponed, or even other projects that were supposed to come out, regarding, I think, the Amanda Waller character, that's being on hold, so it's like, or not happening anymore. And it probably all has to do with the agreement that Paramount and Warner Brothers have, where Paramount, even though, like, they technically are somehow still running things, because there's an agreement where they have to greenlight things. The official, like, so Warner Brothers, whatever, like, they'll decide what they want to put out, but Paramount still has a deciding factor in all this, like whether or not they want to say, like, okay, yeah, that's okay, that's that won't interfere with what we want, or what our business plan for the future of Warner Brothers. um, or if they feel like it does, or if it's not profitable, whatever, they have the right to say like, no, we're not going forward, but don't go forward with that. So even though that's not complete, it's they still decide. They're still deciding. So that's kind of a good thing. It's actually kind of good to know that. But all that to say that, like, so if Batman 2 does go through, though, let's just talk about that a bit. It does have to do numbers. And it's obvious. So what's clear now is that even that, and I bring it up because in past discussion between me and Silos, me and Pinzone, uh, uh, me and Sil, and other guests that I've had on, this discussion was always, we for sure know Gunn and his DCU, it's not it's not cutting it. It's gonna be it's on that's on the chopping block. That's out the door. The moment Paramount's in the door, that's out the door. Just no way to flip that. I mean, again, even with what's coming around the corner, right? We talked about it a bit, Clayface and Lanterns. But before I get there, again, um, we thought to ourselves again, Penguin. We know Penguin was good. Batman does numbers, so that might be safe. It should be safe. It apparently appears that it's not safe either. And if it's got to perform, especially because again, I say this to say that when you're looking at what Spider-Man is doing, what Marvel's doing, you have to compete. You have to do better, like right, like not better than them. What I'm saying is if Spider-Man is able to draw in, and again, we can argue the ensemble factor, and again, I do not want to dismiss the fact that it's also part of a more cultivated soap opera of a universe, right? That people are invested still, right? Um, but then the argument can be made, well, Thunderbolts was part of that, Captain America, Brand New World, and all these other movies that didn't do good, right? But it's because the movies have to still be good, is my whole point, right? So Spider-Man is clearly still a good movie to it being able to do that, is my whole point. It's still a good enough movie that you can be like, let's go watch it, and it connects. Where on the other hand, you have movies like, unfortunately, which again, it's in my opinion, I don't think it's fair how Fantastic Four, but it's a Fantastic Four. You know what I'm saying? Like it's even though it's connected, it's still Fantastic Four. These things also matter, right? The brand recognition still matters, right? Thunderbolts, who are the Thunderbolts, right? Like who's the Fantastic Four? Like what I'm saying, compared to a Spider-Man, right? That is widely known amongst not just the comic book fan base, but also general audiences, right? That does play a factor in all this. Um, and again, it's like, well, we've gotten many Fantastic Four, but yeah, but like think about how they're spread out, right? That also matters. But and again, it sucks because Fantastic Four, in my opinion, was actually one of the better Marvel films to have come out. These last couple years after Endgame. The phases and the slates of what came after. My whole point, right? Um, Thunderbolts is an okay movie. It's enjoyable. Um, I have yet to see Brand New World. I have yet to see Black Panther 2. I have yet to see the Marvels. Uh, so whatever. I have nothing to say about those movies. Um, but again, I say that to say that Spider-Man, being Spider-Man, is still able to make numbers, and it's still on a trajectory. Like you see the trajectory of it, like making more and more and more, whatever, as it goes. Again, if it doesn't make more than No Way Home, understandable. But here we are, the Batman 2. The Batman did decent numbers because it's a Batman movie. Um, and it was kind of close to the COVID crisis, let's call it, in theaters, and it still did good numbers, right? Um, so that says a lot about the Batman fan base and general audiences like knowing who Batman is and liking Batman movies. Um, then the Penguin series comes out. I would say for anybody who had doubts of what Matt Reeves was doing with that universe, I think it kind of redeemed it and gave it hope. Whew. Sorry, guys, I'm very gassy right now. Me being one of them, to be honest. Uh, so I am kind of intrigued to see. All right, what this? I'm intrigued and interested in what Batman 2 is going to do if it comes out and when it comes out. But it has to do better than what it did the first movie. and like really better. And maybe they might want it to make over 1 billion. Maybe they might want that because it's Batman and it should make over 1 billion. That's the whole point. Now, granted, there, you know, there's a lot to think about here. That like, is that really what they're expecting? Are they honest enough to know like DC, unfortunately, under Gunn's tutelage, and not just Gunn, the Saffrons, the David Zaslav, every exec that's fumbled the ball on DC, um, um, after them not knowing what to do with DC once they let go of Snyder, um, that problem, uh, maybe they'll be like, all right, look, it's not your fault because maybe if the brand recognition DC as a whole had something to look forward to, maybe it could do numbers or I don't know. It's hard to say, but I do believe it is Batman. You kind of there is something to look forward to, so it should do numbers. Is my whole point, and so I expect Paramount wants it to do good, and if it doesn't do good, and that's even if they're going to greenlight it. I really think there is a universe and world now that they are considering the very hashtag you see there. Um, and we'll get into that. But before I even get into that, let's just talk more about how bad it is in DC. Um, you know, we got lanterns coming up literally days from now. I want to say we're 3 days away from Green Lanterns coming out. Um, and I'm not so sure the buzz around it is what it needs to be or what it should be. You know, um, they, the talk is that it's supposed to be a very true detective like concept, which is kind of, they might be onto something there, but at the same time, just like, I'm not even getting that from the trailer though. You know, it kind of gives that vibe, but not really. And then again, this is the lanterns we're talking about, so it should be more epic than the scale of what it looks like in the trailer. I mean, there's moments that it looks good, but then the rest of it's like, ugh, what is happening here? Why is this how you guys are treating Green Lantern? Uh, the story plot that they got for Hell Jordan seems already kind of goofy. Um, and again, maybe that doesn't, maybe the story doesn't matter for the general audience, but this isn't a movie. This is a series that I think should heavily rely on the fan base watching it more than general audiences and counting on that. This is what I should say. Um, Now they got good actors for the movie. Don't get me wrong. So it's like, from Aaron Pierre to Kyle Chandler, Nathan Fillion, yeah, I don't know if he's really. I like him in other things. I don't like his portrayal of Guy Gardner, but that's not his fault. That's what he's told to do. But then Erlich Thompson as Sinestro, okay, it's got some okay actors. Definitely more recognizable than what you're getting in Clayface. I'd say that. I said, as far as like star power is concerned. Um, so, but again, from what you're getting and what I'm saying, it doesn't. I don't know if it's gonna do what they expect it to do. A point I saw being made by Sills that even for Penguin, it was critically acclaimed for sure, and people loved it. But even the numbers, when you actually look at the numbers of the viewership compared to other things, it's not as high as it should be, and probably because it doesn't have Batman in it. But it's still good. It's good considering who it was, right, and what it was about, and so there's that. It has, I guess that's something to consider there. But overall, I'm not seeing the hype it should have if they're expecting it to succeed and do well. I'm probably still gonna watch it because again, it is DC. I'm a DC fan at heart, and I'm curious enough to see and I want to give it a chance. I'm gonna give it a chance. But if I'm being honest, yeah, I don't like. Or there's already things I don't like about it that we've gotten from the trailers. I've said this before. I don't like the fact that it's somehow a uniform that they wear outside of the ring rather than the ring forming the uniform that the Green Lanterns have. I don't like the fact that it's not green, emerald green, how it's supposed to be. Uh, and yeah, I don't like the fact that it looks like Hal Jordan's like the someone like the unofficial antagonist of the film. You know, I don't know. There's a lot, but again, I'm gonna give it a shot because like it's not like we've only gotten trailers, so whatever. I'm gonna watch it, but if the moment I don't like it, I'm gonna probably just not watch it anymore. The moment I just don't like what I see, I'm just like, because trust me, I can do that. I definitely do not torture myself to see things that I know I just can't agree with. In the sense of like, especially when it comes to something that I actually like, something like DC. If it's something I'm probably not passionate about in the sense that I have a liking to it, then I probably won't care. But when it is, I do care. Like Star Wars, there's things I haven't watched because, or that are because in the again like the Acolyte, the first couple minutes, that first sequence turned me off. I'm like, nope, not watching this. I'm already pissed off. Well, if it does that with this, that's probably how I'm gonna treat it. Because I love Green Lantern. Like I love DC. I love the Green Lanterns. Uh, they got two of my favorite characters from of the Lanterns, John Stewart, Hal Jordan. They messed this up. I'm done. I'm done. Like I ain't watch. I ain't gonna sit down to watch the rest. I ain't gonna sit down to watch you butcher my boy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how I feel about it. So there's that. You know, the Clayface factor we discussed it before, right? Like it's so that's what's around the corner for DC right now. And again, it should be more. The hype for lanterns and it's the Green Lanterns, man. Like again, I can't emphasize that any more than again, the fan base of DC, should be all hyped for this because it's the Green, but we're not for a reason, is my whole point. It's not because like any weird reason they could probably think of. It's just because there's nothing that you've given us and shown us that tells us it's that we should be excited for this as much as we would be excited for like a Lantern comic book or something like that, or a series or whatever, So again, it is disappointing because it's a DC fan. It's like I wish there was this like excitement and anticipation for it all, but there isn't, unfortunately. I'm only watching it because like I do love DC. I am a fan of DC. You see the backdrop, right? So I want it to be good. But if it's not good, it's not good. Um, so it's like it only leaves room for one thing, and that's hashtag restore the Snyderverse. Like, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Why? Again, not just because it's like DC is struggling right now. That last Supergirl movie, just complete bomb. Complete bomb. And but within reason. But again, this takes us to the latest of what matters here, guys. The latest and that's Zack Snyder. What is he doing? What is he doing? Right? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Right? Right? Boom. Now, I bring this up because again, the last thing we talked about was essentially his the last thing I talked about with him was as much as he's not technically working for DC and making DC movies, as much as that's a thing, he's still partnering and doing things with DC. Like, so the last thing was he was with Frank Miller, saying prominent DC author, right? Doing a whole Q&A with him, saying? Like, that's the guy. It's Zack Snyder was the guy, not James Gunn, who's the head of DC Studios, not any of the other DC authors or DC writers or artists. It was Zack Snyder. It wasn't Nolan. It was Zack Snyder. Granted, like, of course, well, why not, right? It makes it, that's kind of the obvious choice. Zack Snyder's done 300, which is Frank Miller comic. He did Batman versus Superman, which technically played on certain things and inspirations and drew inspirations from Frank Miller's The Dark Knight Returns, right? So like it's obvious, but it's also like that's my point though, right? Like Zack Snyder up until this point is still more discussed, more intriguing, more uh there's more to him and his work in DC than anything we've gotten after or before, for that matter. And I'm not trying to say his things better than Nolan, or to me they're tied because they brought to the table exactly what they brought to the table, right? Um, and I say that because it matters is my whole point. This is why I say it. It matters. This matters, guys, right? So, but then shortly after, sure enough, like a week from when I last discussed, this was his post. Henry and I at Comic-Con some years ago. Always a good day when this one shows up. And again, this just goes to show that this is still on his mind, is my whole point, right? So this is what this tells me. Like, this is still on his mind, but not just that. Obviously, because we've been talking about this a lot. It's like he has to know something. There has to be discussions happening. Whether it's that it's his connection with Paramount, which we up until this point have been discussing that's like the heaviest thing, right? That can swing in the favor of having people that know that the value in DC and what DC can offer can come from this man's work and what he's already done, and people still anticipating his story that was being told because it's still being talked about to this day. It's his movies that we're still talking about, whether it's divisive or not, whether it's that people still don't like Man of Steel or do, whether it's that people don't like BVS or do, you know what I'm saying? Like whether it's that they like Zack Snyder's Justice League or not, or yeah, whatever, or not. We're discussing that more than we're discussing any other movie DC related, right? And we're still wondering, like, where the hell did again? Even I when I went to go see Superman, or when we were talking about Superman back when it was being discussed, even with general audience people, that were like, what happened to Henry Cavill as Superman? Like that was still a thing, So like it's no surprise, that's still the discussion. Oh snap! Okay. He's in the building. He's finally made it. The one, the only Pin.
What's goody, my guy? How we feeling today, man? How you been?
We're good. We're doing Gucci. We're doing good, brother. We're doing. I don't know why I say Gucci. Okay. We're not even saying that anymore.
Oh, man, my man went back to 2013 with that one. We Gucci, yeah. Yo, I'm glad you're doing good though, bro.
Oh no, but we're doing good, brother. We're doing good. I mean, now we're doing good. I had to go down the lane of just the travesty of just the path of DC right now at the moment. Unfortunately,
it's brutal, bro.
It's brutal.
It's tough to even talk about. You know what I'm saying?
It really is.
It's rough. It's rough. They got the Lanterns thing coming out, and they held back. I don't know if you heard this, but they're holding back Penguin. They're not.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that's. Thank you. That's actually what I didn't talk about, but that's what I wanted to point out before getting into this. That was another thing, and that's actually the main reason why I was even discussing that even the Matt Reeves universe isn't safe.
Yeah,
with Paramount coming in.
It might be the last Batman, bro. This next one that Matt Reeves is doing, it might be the last one. So they better, they better do it right, and hopefully the fans will ask for more. But bro, they're all over the place, bro. It's like why do they always do this? Why this is like a pattern with DC?
It's like a curse. It's like they're cursed.
This is cursed. That is cursed.
What is it with you and curses? It's
rough, bro.
It's what it is. Honestly, dude. You know how the Cubs got the you know, for a while there it was the goat, the curse with the goat because they kicked out the goat, and then that curse remained.
For
I
108
feel like
years.
that's what happened with them. They got rid of the goat, Zack Snyder, and now they're forever cursed.
No, but think about it. This has happened even prior to him, bro. Like,
no, true. That is true.
It's like since the beginning of their movie making, you know what I mean? And ever since they've been trying to combine the movie stories, like how Marvel's been doing, it's just been dreadful, bro. It's been, I don't understand. How many times you gonna fumble the ball? These guys hike the ball,
right?
First play of the game, fumble. They get the ball back after giving up a touchdown to Marvel.
No, yeah,
they get to the 50-yard line and they fumble, and it's just like over and over again.
Look, it's not even about it. It's like you said. It's even before this. Like, you know, for those who don't know, right? Like, you know, obviously the first Superman movie comes out, Christopher Reeves. It's well received, blah blah blah. But even back then, they have this weird interfering with what the director and the actors really want to do. This interference always comes, so that's why, you know, you then have the atrocities of Superman 3 and 4 that are just like, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? Like, even back then, same thing with Michael Keaton Batman. Like, the reason we stopped getting that was for the same reason. They wanted to interfere. You know what I'm saying?
And
then they only got two of those versions.
And then they try to do one with Val Kilmer, which I thought it was a success. You know, it was a different direction.
Yeah, I actually am. I
thought it was a success. It was different. It was a different take. You know, I thought it was cool. And they wanted to do more, and they flipped the script again. They gave us George Clooney and the man who can't act, and butchered. You know what I mean? And it's like, we asked Batman and Robin because it was a good concept, and this is what you gave us, my boy.
Yeah,
Poison Ivy kissing rotten. Yeah, what the smell is going on right now, bro?
Everyone, chill.
Hey, everyone, chill. Nah, that was
what
trash.
killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Man, brutal, brother. Brutal.
No, but yeah,
it's been nonstop, bro.
It is. It's a thing for sure. It's weird. It's just a weird thing because it's like, yeah, it happens too often with their DC movies.
Yeah.
You know, again, it's like you do something good, but then they you know, they don't know how to keep executing, or they just don't know how to like keep their hands off of things, you know, is essentially, I guess, what it is. You know, like, you know, you intervene too much, you interfere too much. Let the directors cook, let them do what they're gonna do, you know. And then here we are. Nolan was the exception, I think, to the rule. You know,
he was the only one that at least got a trilogy. I think that's
got
the
a
only
trilogy. You know what
that...
I'm saying? And it's almost like there has to be a curse. There has to be, because, you know, even though his wasn't the studio on high interfering, life itself, interfered. And then you got the Heath Ledger suicide thing, or I don't know, not suicide, you know, whatever it was, you know, the overdose. And then that interfered with his last film. You know, luckily he still was able to execute it and make a successful movie. But, you know, obviously we all still wonder, like, man, what would that have been?
Could have been, like part 3 would have been crazy,
bro.
It is what it is. The curse, bro.
It's the curse there,
bro. Even it started even in the 80s, bro. Like, you had all those Superman movies, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then this guy fell off a horse. It's like, what the heck, boy? What? Like, the curse is real, y'all. The curse is real. Like, you know, you ain't lying about it, bro. Like,
there's a curse there, and we have to figure out what it is, man. Like, somebody has to get to the bottom of this. Like, what's the what is it, and what do we have to do to uplift the curse?
Man, people got to read their Bibles up there at Warner Brothers. That's what they got to do in Paramount. You better start reading the Word. My goodness, bro. It's been nonstop, bro. Like, ever since they started this joint. Real talk. Real talk.
Again,
there's good concepts. There's good concepts all the way through.
Yeah.
But then execution just falls off the map. You look at you had the Justice League, the Snyder Cut stuff. We all know what happened with that one. Right. And then they went on the direction with Black Adam. Like, whoa, like you thought that was a good idea. Like it was automatically like in theaters it botched. You know what I mean? And they just can't recover. They can't. There's nothing they could do right. So petition, hey, make a GoFundMe and let us run it so we can bid it,
baby. Right. Bring me in there. Bring me in there.
Yeah,
man, dude. No, it is interesting for sure. But you're right. Like low key, you know, it's just weird. It's weird. But
and this is why having a board is not always a good thing.
Exactly. I mean, that's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say. Bro. That's why a board isn't always a good thing.
Yeah.
Because that's essentially kind of been this problem this whole time. If I'm Paramount, you know, I'm coming in to clean house, not just you know, whoever's in charge of DC Studios. You know, I mean, James Gunn's got to go for sure, in my opinion. Get him out the door. But
I don't know why they even gave him the job.
Everyone else that actually campaigned for that should go. Everyone else who's been making these weird decisions up until this point that still work there need to go. And that's like I'm talking about from Warner Brothers to DC. You gotta like look at that and say they gotta go. And the ones that have been doing good, like let them stay. You know what I mean?
Yeah, give them another movie, give them another shot. You know what I'm saying? Let them work. Let them have full creative control of their vision. You know what I mean? Instead of getting in the way of it all the time. Like the board always gets in the way of things. Yeah. When it's too good of an idea, they're like, wait, that's a little bit too good right now. We're just trying to make money. You know what I mean? Like, what the smell, boy? Like, it's frustrating, bro. It really is.
No, it really is. It really is. But again,
I'll be right back. I'm here. I'll be right back. Continue.
All right, bet. So, you know, but for me, I feel there's still hope. You know, again, that's why I'm bringing this up. Restore the Snyderverse. Right? You look at again, like I said before. I feel Zach knows something, and that's why he's posting these things on a constant basis, guys. You know, and again, it's so Henry and I, you know, a Comic-Con photo of him and Henry, obviously when he was Superman, and I think we can all agree, probably the rightful Superman, who we should have as Superman right now. No, nothing against David Cornsweet, but I'm sorry, my guy, you're just not Henry Cavill. You're just not. You know. And Gunn obviously isn't Snyder, and that's just a fact. But okay, boom, he posts that, right? And then obviously a little homage to his actually let me just do it from here. To the Sucker Punch. You know, shout out to the Sucker Punch. But then here we go again. For those who know, you know. You watch BVS. This is Bruce Wayne's car, as he writes in the comments, the actual one from Batman vs. Superman and Justice League, now available. That's just dope, first and foremost. That's just dope. You know, at Private Collection Motors. That's dope. You know, although kind of concerning because,
he's selling his stuff, bro. It's over.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying right now. It's all for sale because they're not going back. No.
Hey, how true is this Zack Snyder stuff to Marvel, bro?
Yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna get into that.
We're picking up.
Get into that.
It's picking up.
But let me finish this thing. But we're gonna get into that. But again, right now, what I'm just trying to highlight is, once again, Zach is constantly just still posting things regarding his DC universe, right? And we all know we've already made the connection between his relationship with Paramount, what that could mean. But what kind of hasn't been said, because it's been a while since he's been there, but in recent posts, he still has a relationship at Warner Brothers with other said heads that still work there, other than James Gunn and Safran, which are the people that really should be in charge of DC Studios right now. And that's Paula and Mike, right? DeLuca and Abdi, right? They should be the ones in charge of DC Studios, and I say that just because even before this post that we are getting to get into, which is this one. But this is what matters, right? Zack Snyder, right? He posted hanging out with a bunch of amazing people today down at Warner Bros. At the WB. Yeah, Pam and Mike for us, obviously. So for those who don't know, this story hit the headlines. I mean, like a storm. I mean, Hollywood Reporter was talking about it. Deadline, the New York Post. I mean, everybody was talking about it because obviously, despite the weird haters that want to portray this weird um, concept that Warner Brothers hates Zack Snyder. Now, granted, I will say no. There are some people there that act funny and obviously moved funny and whatever. But people fail to realize that there were still people there that were clearly in his corner to why the Snyder Cut actually exists, right? Mike and Abdi being among them. And for those who don't know, there was a technically universe that existed that they were trying to get him back for that to continue. Unfortunately, the bosses over them decided to go a different route, and but it's his relationship with Mike and Jesus, Pam and Mike, to why he got brought back. Now, obviously, initially there was all these speculations, whether or not they were talking or what they were talking about, or what he was there for, I should actually say. Because even though now we know why he was there, which he was invited by them to be at this, I think it was like a Q&A to a screening of, what was it? Escape from New York, which for those who know, he's doing the remake. Do you have something playing in the background?
Do you hear my kid's soccer game in the back? You hear that?
yeah, that's
right. That's on the lower.
All right. That's all good.
Yeah, let me lower my gain too. Do you hear it now?
No.
All right, cool.
Good now.
I can't believe you can still hear that. My gain is low, bro. I can't believe you can still hear it. My bad, bro.
Yeah, I was hearing something like it sounded like a game, like some kind of.
Yeah, he's
sports
playing
game.
FIFA right now.
Okay.
He's trying to get them goals, boy.
Nice. Shout out to Little Rob. But yeah, so like obviously we all know that he was there to for the screening of Escape from New York, which obviously that can mean that obviously maybe Warner Brothers is interested in being the people to I guess have that movie get shot, probably off their studios, whatever. In some way, shape, or form, or capacity, they might want to be involved with this movie that Zack Snyder just got hired to do to remake, which I'm excited for because I don't know if you've seen the original Escape from New York, but I'm a fan of that movie from the original.
I don't even know what that is, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Bro, honestly, you should go look it up.
When was that movie made?
I want to say in the 80s. It was like in late 80s.
Late 80s movie, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I probably ain't gonna watch it, man. Who's in
this guy? What's his name?
Don't say Patrick Swayze. Don't say Patrick Swayze. Don't say Patrick.
Patrick Swayze. No, not Patrick Swayze.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
You know the guy who plays Ego the Planet from Guardians of the Galaxy 2? Star-Lord's dad?
Yeah.
That actor? He's in that movie.
What the heck is his name, bro?
I forget his name, and he's like a well-known guy. I don't know. It's really golly.
I'm not good with names.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. So he's like the main character. He plays Snake Plissken. Essentially, it's almost like a play on Solid Snake, low key.
What was it called? Run from New York?
Escape from New York. He kind of looks like Big Boss from
with the eye patch, right?
Yes.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yes.
I haven't seen it though.
Yeah, it's worth the watch, low key, the original. But obviously, with the technology we have now,
Kurt Russell.
There you go.
Okay, actually, I might check this movie out because low key, I saw it a few times, like pop up, and I just never clicked it. But I think I put it on my list on one of my. I don't know if it's on Apple or Prime. I saw that, bro.
Yeah, it's on one of those. I think it's Prime. I think I've seen it on Prime.
All right, I'll check. I'll peep it because I was actually interested in that. Yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, no, for sure.
So they're remaking that.
They're remaking that. Zack Snyder directing it.
That's what's up.
Hell yeah. So obviously they have an interest with that. But like, even though we know that now, it doesn't mean that they're not talking about DC. It doesn't mean that they're not talking about Paramount.
But it's a long way away now. Now it's like
now with
GTA
those
getting hit with another 3 months. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and now with those stupid. I was just talking about that. These freaking Dems, man.
These devs, bro.
Harmonic is what they are.
Monagas.
Yeah. But all that to say that regardless, when Paramount comes in officially and they do correct ship, it just leads me to believe that the chips are lying in place is my whole point. You know, we know there's already an established relationship with Zach and Paramount. This tells us that there's a relationship between Mike and Pam, or with Mike and Pam and Zach, right? Which, for those who don't know, it is clear that they're the only people right now, Warner Brothers, that have had their contracts extended into the Paramount merger, compared to like where James Gunn and Efron, their contracts are done in 2027. They're not going into the Paramount merger, you know, where Mike and Pam are, with very good reason. Again, you're talking about the guys that have greenlit the best movies to come out of Warner Brothers in these recent years. And when I say best, I mean successful, right? You know, I really can't say Barbie was the best movie, but it was a successful movie.
I mean, technically, it might have been.
right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, obviously, the numbers speak for themselves, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, that was them. They greenlit that project. They greenlit Minecraft. They greenlit, you know, the Dune movies. You know, they're the ones greenlighting these successful movies.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to why their contracts are extending, and why Paramount would want to keep them around. And I mean, even apart from that, I mean, they have a resume of movies that they personally have greenlit and overseen prior to this moment, right? And again, they are a very big factor to why we got Zack Snyder's Justice League. You know, like I said, they're the ones who had an idea and a plan to bringing it back. You know, so again, that being all these truths existing leads me to believe the moment Paramount comes in the door, the restore the Snyderverse can happen. You know, now the question is when and how, but I feel it's coming. In my mind, I think it's officially coming. I think it is happening. It's just when and how. Is it going to be a true continuation of what we've gotten? You know, I think it's something we have to wonder or ask ourselves. Would it be the same actors and actresses? You know, but I have a strong feeling it's now coming. You know, and that's to also discuss that we haven't also, obviously we know that they discussed with him an HBO series of an offshooting from the 300 movies and stuff like that. So that's another factor we know why he's possibly also Warner Brothers. But I say that to say that everything lines up to this being the case. I personally believe we're going to get the Snyderverse back. It just, like I said, it's just when exactly. Now that again,
I just hope it don't come back and Ben Affleck's doing Batman at 70 years old. My God, that's
right. And if it is that, then it would be that they're officially doing the
Batman Beyond stuff.
The Dark, yeah. Well, that's actually either the Dark Knight Returns version, where he's like really old, and you know that version, or you know Frank Miller version, or the Batman Beyond version, where he's old Bruce. You know, and there's a new, and then it was Terry McGinnis.
I mean, he did say the new Dark Knight movie. Zack Snyder said he wanted Affleck for it, so he already said. I just read that on comicbooks.com. I don't know if y'all know about comicbooks.com, but there was an article on that recently too. I think it was today.
Right. Yeah. No. I did see that too.
Yeah.
You know, he has, and he said that plenty of times. That he would want to bring Ben Affleck back.
That's his Batman. That's his.
That's his Batman. That's right.
That's who he wants to be Batman. He wants to do like 5 movies with him. Keep it a buck.
Right. All right, not what I wanted to do.
Well.
But look, Zach is hot. Is my whole point. Like, I mean, not in a pause. You know, not in that kind of way. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, like, as a director, right? As a director. This man is hot right now. Like, you know, And people know this. That's why the rumors that you were talking about also, the Marvel reaching out. Now, it's just rumors. But rumors don't just exist just to exist. You feel me? Rumors exist because there's a little truth.
Unless it's sports.
Yeah, unless it's sports, right?
Sheesh.
Yeah, unless it's sports. But you don't think Marvel's thinking about having him come on board?
I'd take him.
I'll tell you
Marvel,
this.
I'll be like, hey,
This
let's sign
thought
a
came to my
5-movie
mind,
deal.
right? He said, well, he's already been on record saying that he wouldn't mind and that he would love to do oh my gosh, the Electra comic movie. There's a specific one. I forget what it's called right now. Jesus, what is it called? Yes. Man, why would I forget? I just saw it the other day. I'll tell you right now. No, that ain't it. Hold on.
I could look it up.
Oh no, maybe it is here. Hold on. I think I did ask about it. Oh, here we go. The Electra Lives Again. Because Frank Miller, he obviously Zach's a big fan of Frank Miller. Frank Miller did Electra Lives Again for Marvel. So he said he'd want to do that one.
And a Daredevil, right?
And Daredevil, exactly. Which honestly, like that's his
yeah, that's his cup of tea right there. That character would fit in perfect. Yeah,
that's his bag.
That'll fit perfectly well.
That'll fit perfect, dude. And so my thought is like either that, right? Have him do that, or there was also the rumors recently of Marvel reaching out to Henry Cavill. And that Henry Cavill was recently talking to Marvel, right?
Oh yeah, for Wolverine, right?
For Wolverine, they didn't.
They didn't reveal, but that's what you would assume.
You know, he's already technically Wolverine in that universe.
Yeah,
right. And honestly, I'm there for it.
I'm there for it too.
Yeah. I'm there for the Cavalry, as Deadpool called him.
Yeah.
You know, so. But what if it's to direct that? That's
that'll
also
do. That'll do.
That'll do.
Yeah, that'll do. That'll do.
That'll do. They already work with each other. You feel me? They've already worked with each other. They got rapport.
Matter of fact, just bring in the gang. Bring the gang on. Bring the boys back. Bring in the Marvel. Matter of fact,
bring in and show Daredevil. Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Might as well. Part 2. Hey, let him be Daredevil and Batman. Same movie. Come on, how you doing?
You know? But I mean, again, I say this to say that, man, like, you know, this is what you want to see. People want this. And they know it. Marvel knows this. Why can't you see this, DC? Like, that's just the sadder part. I'm gonna tell you something else that DC fumbled the ball, and we're kind of, you know, and it's just sad because it's like, man, what we could have had, you know. And we've discussed this a bit, but now this is just, you know, I just want to share this clip because it came across my timeline, and it's worth the watch, I would say. Let's see. Here we go. Hold on. Let me pause that. Let me just share this real quick. I don't know if you've seen this yet.
No, I haven't.
But this is a Joshua Horowitz, right? So Zack Snyder teased a Batman future for Jeffrey Dean Morgan. So obviously, if you don't, I don't know if you remember, but he plays
from Walking Dead,
Walking Dead. But no. But what I was trying to say is he plays Thomas Wayne in BVS.
Yeah,
he's Bruce Wayne's dad in Batman vs Superman. But I'm gonna go ahead and just play this. And to me, this is just like, you know, again, this is already known, but it just resurfaced with the recent interview.
Again with Zach to play Thomas Wayne.
Yeah.
I know
Can you hear it?
about this and you've talked about it and Zach's talked
Flashpoint.
about it. How real was that? How did Zach really talk to you about
there
Flashpoint?
was more. I mean, Zach's like, because I remember when he called me to do the role, and I was like, well, it's just, you know, it's not really nothing. And he's like, I got bigger plans. And I was like, well, Zach, what does that mean, man? He's like, can you just trust me? And I'm like, oh, of course, yes. And I'm gonna do it even without this incentive of there's more. I remember we started talking about Batman, him and I together on the press tour for Watchmen, and he was like, I would love to see you play Batman. And I was like, bro,
Don't even tease.
Stop. I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack right now. I think at one point he like had looked over and just said Flashpoint, and I was like, oh, God damn it! Like I almost like don't want to hear it. I just read some announcement that he was going to do a new version of Escape from New York. Bro,
wait a second.
Don't think I'm not texting or calling him. I am. I don't care.
Snake Plissken? Come on.
I mean, I think that Snake will probably be a little younger than I am, but you know, there's some roles in
we
there.
We want a grizzled Snake.
Like grizzled Snake wouldn't be bad, by the way. Look, I'm gonna do my due diligence and stalk him for a little bit because that's one of my all-time favorite films.
I mean, Flashpoint. It's official. They were discussing it. He was supposed to be the Flashpoint Batman. Which, for those who don't know,
that would have been interesting.
It's an alternate timeline.
Yeah.
Flash, which honestly, this was actually what the Flash movie was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the one we got was a whole weird version, of that concept. But
where do we hear that from?
yeah. But it's essentially the same concept. He goes back in time, saves his mother, and because of that, alters the timeline. In that timeline, Bruce Wayne dies. The robber kills Bruce Wayne, and the parents live. And Thomas Wayne becomes Batman in that universe, and his mother, Martha Wayne, becomes the Joker in that alternate timeline. Crazy story plot.
Yeah.
And that's what we could have gotten. That's what what I'm saying. So like I say, the reason this is important is because understand Zack Snyder had a plan for that universe is my point. And it was going to be epic. And it still can be epic. It's just, obviously clock is ticking, 1 and 2, I don't really know if he can still do the same story plot still.
I don't think you can, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Here's my issue too with this. Jeffrey said Zach told him to trust him, bro. Do you think he lost his trust? You feel me? Like you said, trust me, my boy. Well, I've been trusting you for like 5 years now, and look what's happened. Like it's not even in Zach's control at the end of the day, but it's like,
oh no,
would he even want to?
Well, this is a very recent interview, though. Don't.
He still want to do it? Okay.
Yeah, it's not like this was years ago, and does he like no? This is very recent. That's what I mean. Well, it is because he's talking about Escape from New York. That's recent news,
Okay.
So, that's something that I think, if given the opportunity, he'd still want to play that role. I think. I
mean, who would want to turn that down? You feel me?
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. Crazy. That's a lot of money coming your way.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of
money. So, anyways, I say that to say, again, hashtag restore the Snyderverse seems more real than ever. Seems more possible. It's just unfortunately we're in the waiting game now. That's where we're at right now. But now that you're here, now we can actually get into this discussion of things. I see you with the hat already, you know what I'm saying? And we're going to take our time, though. We're going to make our way there. I think we'll end on that. But, I got the man, the myth, the legend himself, the number one sports analyst in Chicago and possibly all the world.
Talk to him.
You know what I'm saying? Here you are in the flesh.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So why not talk Chicago sports with you? You know what I'm saying?
What you need to know, man, I got you on the info.
I mean, well,
it's all up here. I'm the map. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been so locked in and tuned into sports, bro, that I've sacrificed other things.
Yeah.
It's just been sports. Like I've been just diving in deep, and
I like it. Bro.
I've been locked in. Bro.
I'm here for it, bro. I'm here for it.
I've been locked in.
I'm seeing you do your thing, bro, and I'm here for it, dude. I mean, again, I say this before. When it comes to my comic book stuff, Sil's the guy I listen to. When it comes to my sports stuff, you're the guy I listen to.
I appreciate that, bro.
But yeah, let's talk about the Bulls a bit, though.
Let's do it.
I mean, it's look, it's not to gaslight anyone and thinking we're gonna be a championship team or something like that, but it's the fact that for the first time in a long
Oh my God,
Yes,
press the
we
wrong
have
button.
the potential to be really good, but we also have the potential to be really bad. I don't want to focus on that part because that's like the obvious, but it's that first part
Yeah.
because that's the part that's been missing for a long time. For a long time, that
Mm.
second part was the only thing that was true.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But that first part now is now part of the conversation. You know, obviously, there's still I think things that they have to twerk and make happen, but I'm I'm more interested in the development of this new team now and what they can become,
Yeah.
um, rather than let's focus on just trying to I don't know win or not even fill the seats up in our stadium. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
that's because it just seems like that's all they were interested in for a long time. Like, yeah, we just need our seats filled in our stadium, make the money, and that's it. And that's it. Like, we're not. What? Who cares if we win championships? Who cares? You know, like. And now it just seems like okay, no, they're trying to reestablish a team that can possibly become a legacy team or a dynasty team, whatever the case may be. You know, that's what it looks like to me. What are your thoughts?
Okay, so pretty much where we're going to discuss the key centerfolds of everything is Bryson Graham. Bryson Graham's the new president of the Chicago Bulls.
Right.
So he has a vision, right?
Mhm.
And his vision is defense, athleticism, and big guys. The big
Yes.
guy. You know what I
Yes.
mean? That is his vision right now.
We got some big guys.
We got some big guys. All
We
right.
got some big
Nick
guys.
Claxton,
Claxton,
6'11.
Wilson. We got Smith,
Wilson is 6'8.
Collins.
Buzella's 6'8. Giddy 6'8. Powell 6'6. All right, we got big guys. The people we drafted as well too, big guards. All right, the Swan, he's 6'5. He's a
Yep.
point guard though. He can't shoot to save his life, by the way. But you see what they're trying to do. And that's something AK in the previous regime didn't have. There was no vision for this Bulls team outside of sell out this building. All right. No matter what, let's be clear. Chicago is a basketball town. All right. When the Bulls are up, the city explodes. All right. It's
Yep, yep.
everywhere. It's everywhere. And they kind of low-key took advantage of that and was like, it's gonna sell out no matter what product we bring to the table. And that was the unfortunate part because it got to the point where I boycotted the Bulls. I didn't buy merch. I didn't do anything, brother. Like, I wasn't watching games. I didn't care. I'm not giving these guys my time. I ain't giving these guys my money. I don't even care how tight I'm a hat guy. You know, I got a whole I have a whole wall of hats. So you go to my crib, it looks like a bigger version of Foot Locker. It's like lids at the crib, right? I'm a hat guy. I didn't buy nothing. All right. Until Mason Graham came in and I was like, all right, we're gonna lock into the Bulls again.
Right.
I'm not going to say they're going to be a good team this year because I don't think they're going to be a good team this year compared to everybody else in the East. Even though Boston got rid of Jaylen Brown, I still think Boston's better than the Chicago Bulls.
Right? Oh, 100%.
Even though, like, the 76ers, they're better than the Chicago Bulls. 100%. The Indiana Pacers with Halliburton coming back, they're going to be better than the Chicago Bulls. Cleveland's going to be better than the Chicago Bulls. Miami is going to be better than the Chicago Bulls.
Yeah.
New York Knicks better than the Chicago Bulls. There's tons. There's about Toronto better than the Chicago Bulls. Right. There's at least 8 to 10 teams that will be better than the Chicago Bulls, but it's a little bit different this year because this is the beginning of the build. We're not expecting a big playoff run. We're not expecting a championship caliber anything.
Right.
Honestly, what Powell, we signed him on a good money deal. Right. If he does play well like he did in Miami, and when I say play well, average at least 21 a game, that's trade bait so we could get more to rebuild on this team.
Right.
What Graham did was give a no excuse fold to Josh Giddey. This is Josh Giddey's team this year. Everything that they've done is for Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey averaged 11 assists a game without any shooters around him last year. Now we got shooters. Caleb Wilson can shoot. He can drive to the basket. He has tenacious defense, a Kobe Mamba mentality, who is the future of the Bulls, and he's probably going to be the locker room leader off the rip at 19 years old. You got Claxton, who's a good big man who loves those lobs, alley-oops, and all that stuff. All right. We got Buzelis, where he has chemistry with, who loves to attack the basket, and his handles are 10 times better than last year. He's been working on his handles hard during the offseason. So you're going to see a different side of Buzelis this year. You're going to see a strong finisher. And I'm very interested to see how that and Wilson's going to play out. You got a shooter like Powell, who can score with the best of the guards in the NBA. He's going to give you those 21 points automatically with his stroke. And now you got Giddey, who is going to be in charge of facilitating everything, to the point where they even got defensive help for Giddey, because he's one of the worst 6'8" guards when it comes to defense, maybe of all time, bro. His defense is terrible, and they got help around him. And not only that, they got guys who can play pick and roll and switch defense. They got strict guys that you can clearly see the Bulls have a vision for, and they're basing this season entirely around Giddey. Now, if Giddey fails this year, he's done as a Chicago Bull. They're going to trade him. They're going to get rid of him. This is a no excuse season for Josh Giddey. This is going to tell us if he's going to be our future guard for the next 7 years, or if this is his last year as a Chicago Bull. So that is what my mindset goes to for this season. It's not about winning. It's not about, hey, Chicago's back. We're really not there yet. We're just not there yet. We're young. We have to wait till Caleb Wilson turns at least like 22 years old, where he's averaging close to 30 a game. He's not going to do that his rookie years. It always takes time. There's no rookie that comes in the NBA and just lights everybody up. This ain't my player in 2K. This ain't my career mode in 2K. This is real life we're talking about. And there's always a process. Plus, we got the coach in Thiago Splitter, who is known for developing talent, and he's done it under Greg Popovich. He was coached by Greg Popovich. He moved around into Europe, and he was a coach out there in Europe. Then he took over Chauncey Billups in Portland, and he developed the players the way Chauncey Billups couldn't do, because Chauncey Billups was too focused on gambling rather than focusing on his players, my guy. So we got a guy who means business and will not sugarcoat things, similar to how Ben Johnson is with the Bears, just not on that level, right? Just not. There's no one on that Ben Johnson level, baby. Hey, Thiago Splitter ain't sleeping in his office in June, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Waking up at 3:30 in the morning to watch film and working out and all that stuff. So it's not at that level, but you can see the similarities of the mindset of how he is. So he's going to demand a lot of stuff from these young players to see if they respond. If they don't respond, guess what? You're not going to get ticked. You go ahead and hop yourself in the G League, and they can figure you out until you're mature enough to play out here. That's the mindset that he got. So right now, I'm looking at, is Giddey the future, and can we develop the way I think Thiago can develop these players? If we see progress in that, the Bulls are going to be dangerous next year, and especially the year after, year 3 of Caleb Wilson. That's when the Bulls should be a contender if everything goes to plan. So that is my take and my studies on the Chicago Bulls of what's really going on, and really breaking down player by player in their strengths, weaknesses, and what Thiago Splitter is trying to congeal as a unit. And that's the part a lot of people don't really, they can't comprehend that. They can't see that. The only way you really know that is if you really played ball, at least on the high school level, because that's when that thing starts happening, that connection really starts happening in high school ball. So when you see that and know what they're trying to do, you could kind of tell with everybody in the league after that, once you have that experience. And that's where they're at. I'm looking forward to it, bro. I'm excited to see. They should be explosive. They should be fast. They should be a really good defensive team this year. And we'll see how it unfolds. Maybe they'll surprise us and get in the playoffs. Maybe they won't. I don't think they will yet, how the East has shifted. But that doesn't mean they won't.
Right. No, I hear you. I agree. Like, again, that's kind of where my mindset is at too. For me, I'm just excited for this rebuild. I think we're gonna see exactly like those pieces how you said. These depending if like you said if Giddy can work around what he's been given,
Yeah.
and if it all works out, then we're gonna look at a team that's gonna just become nasty and nasty each year.
They could be scary if Giddy Giddy is who they think he is. All right.
Yes, exactly.
Now here's the thing: Graham didn't trade for Giddy. All right, that was the old regime. So he's like, hey, look, he put up some good numbers. I'm sure he's seen his tapes. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure he's seen many games of Josh Giddy since he's been hired. It's they're like, all right, I'm going to give this guy everything.
Right.
All his strengths and weaknesses, I'm going to put a piece to it all.
Right.
And we're going to see if he can run this offense or not. So it's really going to depend on Giddy this year. If Giddy can't do it, the Bulls are going to be really bad. And that's where Powell's
Giddy
talking
can't
about.
do it. He got to get it.
Yeah. Giddy yourself on out of here, boy. Go to like Charlotte or something. Yo. Yeah, it's that's where Powell's talking about though. We could be either really, really good or really, really bad. It all falls on Giddy. He's gonna be the leader on the floor.
Right.
But Wilson is gonna be the leader of the locker room, and he's gonna take Giddy's spot eventually. Like, well, I'm really excited about Wilson, bro. Like, he's gonna be the best rookie in the NBA.
Oh,
he's gonna win Rookie of the Year. I know he was drafted 4th. He's gonna win Rookie of the Year. Yeah. And he is going to be a mega star with everybody saying, Love Wilson. All right. Everybody's going to talk him. Everyone's going to want him. And everyone's going to try to be him. Those young kids at 13 years old, they're going to see Wilson and they're going to try to make their game like his. I'm telling you right now, he's that big.
Yeah.
I saw him at North Carolina. I saw him in AA basketball. I'm telling you right now, he is the next man up. We're talking about he has the potential to be like a Luka Doncic, an Anthony Edwards,
right?
You know, I'm saying a SGA. That style of dominance, on both 100%. Sides of the ball. He has that potential. He just needs to learn the NBA way. Yes. But he's gonna be incredible, and he's gonna be so fun. My man got a top 10 on Sports Center. Just from Summer League, my guy.
Yeah.
Just from Summer League, he got top 10 plays, bro. He's gonna be crazy. Watch him in the 80. The only thing is, I hope he stays healthy. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's a fact.
Yeah.
That's anybody and everybody.
Explosive. Someone being that explosive. Like, we're talking about like Derrick Rose explosion. Like, we're talking about that. Just with size.
Just with size.
It always makes me nervous, though. You know what I mean? Like, history makes me nervous.
Well, history repeat itself.
Yeah, history makes me nervous with that. But hey, he's gonna be nice, bro. But this is Giddy's year. And we're gonna find out.
Yeah,
and we're gonna find out quick.
Right. That's right. That's right. But yeah, I'm in agreement with you 100%. I just, again, still an exciting time to be a Chicago fan, I would say. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. We're back, as in basketball's going to be fun to watch again.
Yeah.
It was brutal. Bro, these last 3 years have been brutal. Bro. Honestly, ever since Lonzo Ball got injured, it's been brutal. It's been brutal.
That was rough.
Bro.
Yeah, it was rough.
Watching Levine and DeRozan without Ball was disgusting, bro. In the worst way. It was terrible. It didn't work without a facilitator, and it's like, and then Sacramento's like, we want them both. And look at worst team in the NBA, my guy. So yeah, man, we'll see how it plays out, man. But it's gonna be fun to watch Bulls games and go to Bulls games again, because I haven't been to a Bulls game in years because of these guys, bro. And I think it's gonna be awesome, bro. I think it's gonna be a good time for Chicago again. Chicago, get excited. This team's gonna be worth watching. This team you're gonna be proud of. No matter what their record is, you're going to be proud of them day in and day out.
I agree. Obviously, that's the Bulls, and there's definitely, obviously all this hype around Caleb Wilson, rightfully so.
Yeah.
But
he's the truth, bro. He's the truth.
Oh, 100%. But there's another truth. There's another Caleb.
Oh yeah.
And then he's on the Bears. He's on the Bears.
MVP. I'm calling it right now.
Bro.
I'm calling it right now. MVP,
honestly,
bro. MVP.
Honestly, like I wish like the sky's the limit for this guy right now. Like let's talk about it. Cover of Madden, and let's just keep it a buck. Like probably the best Madden covers you've ever seen.
With the painted fingernails.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got the Air Jordan, but football. You know what I'm saying? Come on, like
he made his own logo, my guy. He made his own logo live during a game, bro.
Dude.
Fourth quarter down 10. He was like, I'm gonna make a logo.
And he's on. I mean, that that was his idea. That's what shocked me. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, my man said he wants to make that the one of the Madden covers. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, did you see the background of the Madden cover? What is that? That's the Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Like when you look at the Jordan when he did the free throw line on the outside court, bro, with the skyline in the background. Caleb did it, but made it blue instead of red, bro. Like, hey, he's a talented individual.
He's a talented individual. That's what I wanted.
He gets a lot of crap, bro, when it comes to like. He's emotional and he paints his fingernails. He's gay. Like people say a bunch of stuff. He's not gay. I'm telling you right now. My man goes out and women is not an issue for my guy. Let's just say that.
He gets it.
He gets it. Whenever. You know what I mean? Like it ain't no thing. But we finally have a quarterback in Chicago. Not only that, the media, the world media only wants to talk about Caleb Williams. We saw the first game of the preseason, the Hall of Fame game, where it was I don't even remember who was playing. It was the Panthers versus somebody else. I don't remember who it was. Sorry. They brought up Caleb Williams. They're like, you shouldn't be running backwards as a quarterback unless you're Caleb Williams, baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have a guy that the media cannot stop talking about. Not only that, I've been breaking down on my channel day by day training camp for the Chicago Bears. All right. Yes. Check it out. Hit that like, subscribe button so you don't miss anything if you're a true Bear fan, because I'm giving y'all the information. All right. I'm literally giving y'all information. I'm giving y'all footage. I'm giving y'all interviews, everything. Right. Hit that like button. Follow your boy on Facebook because that's where it's popping at the most right now. But he looks like a guy who understands an offense and knows where everything needs to be about 95% of the time.
Right.
He looks like a guy in control, in command, and knows how to call out his receivers when they run the wrong route, when they're not there, when they're supposed to be. He has a full understanding of Ben Johnson's offense. Yeah. The only person that we've seen in NFL history that Ben Johnson's coach that was like that was Goff. All right. Mm-hmm. And we saw what Goff did. Now, Caleb Williams is 5 times more talented than Goff.
100%.
Right? He can throw on the run. He can make any throw. He can make any throw Aaron Rodgers can make. He can make any throw Tom Brady can make. Not only that, in training camp, we've been seeing him with the short dump passes. If the ball needs to be at a certain spot that Ben Johnson says, and it's not there, he's dumping it to the tight ends now. He's throwing it to the running backs. And I'm telling you this right now. Swift is having his best camp as a Chicago Bear. And if you're a fantasy owner, I'm telling you right now, Swift is going to be a top 10 running back easily this year. If you all play fantasy football, he's going to be the guy.
Yeah.
All right. We still got Montgomery who's going to do the short yard gains and all that. But Swift can be a 4-down back. He can do everything a wide receiver could do and your favorite running back can do. He's earned it. I don't know if they're going to extend him. They might extend him after this season if he's going to pop off. But expect Swift to get close to 500 receiving yards and close to 1,100 rushing yards this year if he stays healthy. He has been outstanding in training camp. Unbelievable. And Caleb is finding him. When it's not there, he's seeing the chuck down and he's making the right plays on a consistent basis. The last 3 days on the red zone, I think they've dropped like maybe 3 passes incomplete on 7-on-7s. That's in 3 days. That's one a day. Right? One a day. He's taking his vitamins, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he is doing it. And this Bears offense, you thought it was good last year. You thought the Bears were scary last year. They are going to drop close to 35 points a game this year.
100%.
That's what they're gonna do. They are for real. I know we lost a couple guys in free agency. I know the defense. There's a lot of question marks on running on attacking the passer. Now we lost Kobe Bryant for 4 to 6 months. He won't be back until the playoffs.
Yeah, that part.
But on the offensive side of things, and I know there's been injuries on offense. Luther Burden's out for the preseason with a strained groin. But Xavier Thomas, he's going to be implementing this offense. A lot of people are like, he kind of reminds me of that wide receiver that couldn't catch a punt, Jones or whatever his name was, bro. Like, no, this guy got hands, bro.
Yeah,
he got hands, and he is fast, bro. He is fast. So look at this offense, and you're going to see right away how good, how scary this Bears team is, where everybody who plays the Bears this year, I know we have the toughest schedule when it comes to record-wise from last year. Every team who plays the Chicago Bears circled that calendar, bro. They have to study a little bit extra when it comes to that Bears offense because Roma Dunze looks like a wide receiver 1. Colson Loveland looks like the best tight end in the National Football League. Luther Burden looks like a number 1 receiver when he was before he got injured. Also, Jalen Johnson is back. He's back in full form, and he's doing his thing in training camp as well too. Same with Bush, Devin Bush. I didn't know he was that fast. I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't know he was that fast. And it was low key kind of his fault that Burden got injured because it was a goal line play and Bush cracked Burden from behind, and everyone thought Burden was injured after he got up, shook himself off, and continued on. But Bush is fast. He can stop the run. I think this is going to be a very surprising run stop defense. I still do have questions on attacking the passer, but this offense, there is no questions. There's none whatsoever. They are night and day compared to last year.
Yeah.
I remember the first 4 weeks of the season, false starts, illegal motion, like all these penalties before the even play happens. That's not really happening anymore. They might have had a couple off days, but overall, when we're looking at the first 12 days of camp, this team on offense looks like they may be the best offense in football.
Yeah.
That's what they're looking like.
I agree.
And maybe that means the defense is going to be really bad. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But the offense has been unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. Caleb's going to win MVP this year, bro.
No, I
agree. Right now. Mark it right now. I'm not afraid. Mark it right now.
I'm not afraid.
Everybody.
Come follow Caleb.
Caleb is a beast, bro.
No, he's a beast, though, bro. He's a beast. I mean, again, this
is only year 2, bro. He's gonna be better next year. That's gonna be crazy, bro.
Yeah. Oh no, 100%.
Crazy.
100%. And then you got Ben Johnson,
psycho,
dude.
I didn't know he was that much of. I knew he was crazy. I know he was psycho.
Even his plan for the preseason, I'm like, that's new. I like it.
Yeah. You want to hear something crazy? I got a Ben Johnson story for you. All right, Sam Rouge, who's the rookie tight end that we got in the 3rd round this year.
Right.
He went into work to work out before practice. He went in at 6 a.m. All right, he got there, and when he gets there, Ben Johnson's already working out in there. And he's like, dang, bro, I thought I was going to be one of the first ones here. And he looked at Ben Johnson, and he had bed hair. It's June, mind you, when he was talking about this. It was a little bit after the draft. It's in June for rookie training camp. And he goes to Ben Johnson, and he looked at him. He's like, hey, coach, did you sleep here? Ben Johnson looked at him and said, you don't ask those questions here, bro. You don't ask questions like that here. and he continued with his day, bro.
He's a dog.
My man is sleeping at work in June, my guy. In June, he is sleeping in his office. He wakes up every day at 3:30 in the morning for this Bears team. It's June.
Right.
It's June, and he's doing it. He's supposed to be at Disney World with his kids and family and stuff like that. He is grinding, and he is addicted to football. And we're going to see that. We're going to see all that hard work pay off this year. All that hard work pay off. He's a psycho. We have a psycho coach.
Hey, I'm here for it, man.
I'm here for it, bro.
I'm here for it. That's
Absolutely.
what we need. That's what we need.
Absolutely.
Did you by chance catch the disrespect from ESPN?
About what?
About how they think we're gonna do with our schedule.
Oh yeah, they said we're gonna be last place in the division.
Crazy talk.
Hey, give us more fuel. Give Ben Johnson more fuel, my guy.
Yeah, the only one who had any sense was old girl. I forget her name. You know,
Courtney Cronin.
Yeah, I think so. I
she's the beat reporter for the Bears.
Right? Yes.
And she's actually a Packers fan.
She definitely gave us more love, you know?
She's actually a Packers fan. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
she's the beat reporter for the Bears.
Right.
And yeah, they don't know. She's there every day, bro.
Yeah.
I would listen to her more than Stephen A. Smith.
No, that's then you could tell that they come saying, like, you can hear them talking.
Yeah.
You could just tell, like, you guys don't know what you're talking about.
Absolutely.
You know, you guys are basing it off of other crap, you know?
Yep.
I was like, that's just crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, she was, yeah, I mean, but it makes sense, right? Because what you're saying, but even just like the reasoning and the record, I'm like, that's insane, bro. Especially the last guy. Yeah. I'm like, bro, you're just a clown. You're just a clown. At least the other guys, the record, you know, of what they thought we would have was at least, all right, still playoff worthy, I guess, you know, like, all right. But the last guy, I'm like, Jesus, bro.
Will he give us like 6 wins or something like that? Like,
yeah, it was like, not even.
Some of you don't know football.
It was like 9 wins or something.
Yeah, you
and I'm like, you're crazy, dude. We're doing double digits.
Yeah, we're gonna be double digits this year. If not, I'm gonna be highly disappointed. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I'll be highly disappointed. I don't care what the schedule is. Like, you gotta now. It's like you gotta play the Bears.
Right.
It's gonna be a tough match.
Like, so let's talk about it right quick. Like, okay, they gave their analysis.
Yeah.
You know, or you know, it doesn't have to be a full-on analysis. You know, we could, you know, theirs was shorter too. You know, let's talk about it. Let's look at the schedule right quick, and let's see what we're talking about here.
Pull it up.
So we face first the Panthers. What do you think?
That's an easy win right there, bro. No, I don't want to say easy win. No win is easy in the National Football League, but it's an easy win, my guy.
But I thought the same thing. I'm like,
I feel like we win that game. It's hard to win big in football, but Ben Johnson's going to go for big wins, and this is going to set the tone for the season. 1-0.
Right. No, I agree. Then next we got Vikings. I think we win that too. That's in Soldier Field.
We win.
First game in Soldier Field. We're not losing that. We're not losing the first game in Soldier Field.
Not with Kyle Murray behind them. If they think that's the answer, which
is crazy because one of them tried to make it sound like that. You know, one of those the ESPN guys. Eagles. Soldier Field. That's us.
So
right?
That is an interest. That's the game where I have circled. You know what I mean?
Oh, 100%.
We kicked their butts. All right. We whooped them last year, and I know they're gonna want to get their get back.
They want that.
We beat them in Philly, but Bears win that one regardless. I still think the Bears win that one. I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't believe in Jalen Hurts like that, and they lost AJ Brown, so I feel like I got the Bears winning that one still. I still think they're a better team than the Eagles.
Yeah, no, me too. I think that's what we're gonna get there. Then we face the Jets after that. I think that's an easy win for us.
We should win by 2 touchdowns. Yeah, we should win by 2 touchdowns that game.
Then we got Packers.
Where?
In Green Bay.
In Green Bay?
That I might give to the Packers.
I give it to the Bears.
You're gonna give it to the Bears?
They're not gonna have Parsons yet.
Oh, that's
the only reason. That's the only reason.
That's true.
That's the only reason. They might get the second one. They ain't getting the first one. No, not without Parsons. They're not going to beat us without Parsons. Yep.
You're right. I forgot they don't have Parsons yet.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what? You changed my answer. That's right. I think we got that too. So that gives us. We're already 5 games in. Win.
5-0, baby.
5-0 right now. Atlanta Falcons.
We beat the Falcons, bro.
We beat the Falcons. Bro.
We beat the Falcons. I don't care where. We beat them.
Yeah, hey.
It could be in Indonesia, my guy. We're beating the Falcons.
Now, this is where it gets interesting. I'm gonna. This is my favorite game of the season.
Yeah.
Obviously, you know why. But we got Patriots and Bears.
I say we lose to the Patriots,
I
but I think the Patriots are gonna come back to earth a little bit this year. But I think we lose to them.
yeah.
Can't win them all. Can't win them all.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think that's what's gonna happen there too, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's just again still my favorite game of the season.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's both my teams. Then after the Patriots, I think we're gonna take another L here. Personally, we got the Seahawks.
Yeah, I think we lose to the Seahawks this time.
You know,
but we learn from it and we beat them in the playoffs.
That's
how I feel. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
I say we lose to both the Super Bowl teams.
Yeah, yeah. Then we got Buccaneers in Soldier Field.
We beat the Bucs in Soldier.
So
if it was in Tampa, I would say a different story.
Yeah,
but I think we beat them.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm saying too.
I don't think Baker's gonna. He always struggles at Soldier Field, bro.
Yeah,
he always throws interceptions at Soldier Field. Always, never fails. Since the
that's right. That's why I'm saying like, if it was Tampa, a different story. But
yeah, I would have to think about it a little harder. But Bears beat them.
Yeah,
was that 7-2 now?
So we're 7-2. We're
7-2. Okay.
Yeah, 7-2. Now we get the bye week. We rest up. Then we face the Saints in Soldier Field.
We kill the Saints.
I think we're killing the Saints.
We kill them. We beat them 31. 31-13. We kill them.
Yeah,
we kill them.
So I think we're 8-2 now.
Yeah.
Week 12, we face the Lions in Detroit.
We lose to the Lions in Detroit.
I was gonna say, yeah, I think we lose there.
We lose 3 straight to them.
Yeah. So that's now 8-3. I'll still take that. I'm still liking the season. I'm still liking how that looks.
Yep.
Then we got an easy win after that, in my opinion. We faced the Jaguars in Soldier Field.
I don't think that's an easy one. The Jaguars tend to play good on the road, and they were an 11-win team last year. That's a playoff team.
They were. And I'll be honest, I didn't expect that out of them.
Their coach is good. They have a good coach.
Have a good coach. That's right.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? Like they got a good coach, and right. But the Bears win. The Bears win at Soldier Field.
Yeah.
But I think that's going to be a hard game. That's going to be a tough one.
Okay. Then after that, we got Dolphins. We're facing Miami and Miami.
We should kill them.
We should kill those guys.
Yeah.
You know, so we're 10-3 still, right?
We should have a total like 500 yards of offense.
Yeah.
Maybe 600 yards of offense versus the Miami Dolphins, bro.
Right.
For real. That's Ben Johnson's old team that he started with, bro. He's gonna want to show them like it should have been me as your head coach.
Right. Then we face Buffalo. In Buffalo.
So question. That game prior, what day is that on? Because that matters too. Is it a shortened week? Is it a longer?
After the Miami?
Miami, is that on a Sunday? I'm assuming it's
Miami's
on a Sunday.
Then we face Buffalo on Saturday.
So it's a short week. In Buffalo. What day is it?
It is 19th.
Of December?
Yep.
I think Buffalo wins that. It's hard to win in Buffalo in the snow, bro.
Chicago, but I think Buffalo takes that.
Yeah, I think Buffalo can win that.
Because we're gonna be in Buffalo. It's
Actually, you know what? I think the Bears win it because I think they're gonna try to show off DJ Moore, especially what he said yesterday.
Ooh.
I changed my mind. I think the Bears beat Buffalo because of DJ Moore's fault. He should not open his mouth.
What did he say?
They asked him like they were like, your quarterbacks in your career is Hall of Fame worthy. You've had Cam Newton, Caleb Williams, Josh Allen. You've had great quarterbacks throughout your career. And so he was saying like, give us one word or give us a phrase for each quarterback. And when it went to Caleb Williams, he said, he's getting there. That's what he said. He celebrated everybody. And then to Caleb, he was like, he's getting there. So I think they wrote that down on the board. They wrote that down on the board. Like we're not gonna forget that.
Yeah.
We're gonna show DJ Moore why we don't need you. So I think we beat Buffalo. Just because of yesterday.
I agree
Before
with that.
yesterday, I think Buffalo wins, but because
I
DJ
didn't-
Moore opened his
I didn't-
mouth,
You know what? I agree. I changed. I
Ben
didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Ben Johnson's a
Now that you
psycho,
mentioned
bro.
that,
Yeah, he's gonna remember that. He keeps
Right.
receipts, bro. He keeps receipts.
right. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That
I
changes
told you
my
I've been
answer.
into sports stuff, bro. Like heavy,
That changes my
heavy,
answer.
bro. Nothing has passed me without me noticing, bro.
Now,
Been heavy
you
on the
said you
sports.
give it to the Packers the next game?
Yeah, I give the
On
Packers. It's
Christmas
hard to
Day?
beat.
You think Packers beat us on Christmas?
Yeah, because we also play Detroit on Thanksgiving, and we have a Christmas game with the Packers. I think that's a tough one because most of the time a team won't play Thanksgiving and Christmas. You know what I'm saying? The Bears have to play both holidays, so they're not going to get those holidays with their families this year. So I think Christmas Day, I think we lose to the Packers this time. It's hard to beat the Packers 3 times a year, 2 times a year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think Christmas Day, they're going to be tired after Buffalo. It's going to be another shortened week.
It's a shorter week than even the last one. So yeah, that's a good point.
I think they lose that one.
But if you want to bless us with a game, if you want to bless us with a W that day, Bears.
Hey, Merry Christmas, baby.
You want to give us want to win every Christmas game for us going forward.
Absolutely.
We'll take that too.
We'll take it all day.
Okay, so
I'll get the Packers.
I think you make a good point, a valid point there. I think I don't want to, but I think you're right.
I don't want to either, but I'm just being logical. That's it.
No. If I'm thinking about it logically, you're right. It makes sense that the Packers would take that.
Yeah.
But it also depends what game they face before that game.
I think they have a full week of rest.
Okay.
I think they have a full week.
So in that case, if that is the case, then they'll be coming in more. Yeah. Then after that, we got Lions.
We beat the Lions.
I think we beat the Lions, and we got the Vikings last game. I think we beat them too.
I think we beat the Lions. That's 4 losses I put down this season.
Yeah,
so
I think so. Yeah, it's 4 losses.
So 13-4. That's how I feel this season is going to go down.
Yeah, 13-4.
That's how
14-4. 14-4.
There's 18 games this year?
Yeah.
There's 18 games this year?
18 games, bro.
Dang, son. Is this the first year they're doing 18 games? You sure? Count it one more time for me.
No, yeah. It's 18 games, brother.
18 games? Wow. Cool. Yeah, 14-4 then. That's how I feel.
So that's I think
for real?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
Which honestly, it's essentially what Old Girl gave, but I think we probably chose different. I think we chose different teams from what she chose.
Yeah.
Of what they would lose to, but we on the same wave. We're on the same wavelength. 14-4 season. We're dominating the North, NFC North. I don't, crazy disrespect. From
no. I knew it. All right. There's 17 games. It's an 18-week season, but we always have a bye week, brother. We have a bye week.
Right.
So,
my bad.
Yeah.
I looked
at
that wrong.
13-4. 13-4.
Yes, 13-4.
I was about to say, there's no way I didn't know that, bro. There's no
chance.
There's no chance. How deep I'm in it.
I was thinking, man, 18 games. Yeah, they added a game to the
No. There's 18 weeks, but there's a bye week.
I forgot about the bye week.
If they do 18 games, they're gonna take out one preseason game. There'll only be one preseason game instead of 2.
Right.
When there's and it's gonna come. Eventually, it's gonna come, but not right now, though. Not right now, though.
Which, by the way, actually, now that I remember, I don't think I mentioned what I meant. For those who don't know, Ben Johnson's not planning on playing the starters throughout the preseason.
Yeah.
So
you don't need to. You got 2 practices.
Yeah.
With teams this year, we got practice with the Bengals, and we got practice with I believe the Browns too.
Yeah.
The day after the game, so that's where they're gonna put the starters in during the practice because you're gonna get a good 2 hours of that rather than just one possession during the game that doesn't really matter. So they'll get their licks in on those practices. So if you ain't, if you ain't got tickets, you ain't got the tickets. You know what I mean? Like they were gone in like 3 minutes, bro. If that, bro. Like I had both my screens up, my phone, bro. They were all gone for these on the quicks, bro. Family Fest was gone on the quicks, and these 2 practices were gone on the quicks.
Damn. Quick shout out to Jeffrey Warfield on Instagram. I see you message, hey guys. So I just want to back to you, brother. Appreciate you hopping on, and shout out to the rest of you guys. Jeff said I'm going with the Titans this season as always. Okay.
The Titans.
Hey, yeah.
Where is he going with them?
He's that's his team. He's going.
Okay. He's going. He's just saying that he's rooting for them.
Yeah. That's.
I thought he was telling they're going somewhere. I'm like, where they going?
Yeah,
not yet. They need time.
They need time.
They need time. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't see them doing it this year. I'll tell you that much.
But, no, not at all.
You know,
as long as they improve from last year, that's all you can ask for.
That's what matters. Yeah, that's all that matters.
You just improve.
That's all.
They were the worst team in football last year. I think they had 3 wins or something like that.
Yeah, it was
just
rough.
Improve from that. Get 5, get 6. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Then you got your quarterback. You keep going with him, and
that's right.
If you can't get that, then you're gonna need to draft a new quarterback again.
Right. No, for sure. And shout out to the rest of you guys. We got to say inside the church on Instagram, Chi-Town, Uzumaki, Ebro, appreciate y'all. And low key, I don't know why I'm supposed to be able to see the comments on X, and I didn't see the comments.
Hey, bro, Chris, I think it's Streamlabs because I went live today and I didn't see any comments today. And really? When I look back, I saw comments like, "What the smell, fool?"
Wow,
I didn't get comments on Facebook. I didn't get comments on nothing, bro. On YouTube,
that's insane. Yeah, nothing, I'm telling you.
Or only YouTube. Apologies.
Yeah, that's the only ones I'm getting.
I didn't get nothing.
Everything else I didn't see. Which usually I'm supposed to be able to see Facebook. I'm supposed to be able to see X, even Instagram. But no, I'm not seeing it. Maybe Chris, I see you on X. I saw that you were commenting in the chat. My bad, but then it also looks like you were. It's actually pretty funny. He said so. There's like a bunch of stuff he said on the chat, right? I'm gonna read it to you. Read it to you one time. It said, "Presley and I are watching. Why do you want a full body massage? You just should be showing up, and you want a full massage. Here we go. Fight on it. I love you, handsome face." Then the next one says, "Sorry, my voice to text turned on."
I was like, what is he talking about, bro?
He's like, I was talking to Presley's dog. He walks in and expects a full body massage and puts his butt in my face.
I was like, what's he talking about, bro? So that's hilarious, bro.
Oh, yeah. That's hilarious, dude. Shout out to you, Chris, and Presley and the dog. Shout out to you guys. But yeah, man. Again, I think the season, the Bears is going to be 13-4 season for us. We're going to dominate the North, and I mean, granted, I agree with you. My concern is still for the defensive side of things. I'm hoping that gets figured out somewhere in between in the season. Pick up the right pieces and.
Well, we signed Xavier Woods, who was on the Titans, last couple of years, which is a good replacement for Kobe Bryant. But it sucks that Kobe Bryant's gone, bro.
Really does.
That sucks, bro. Because our rookie was, what I'm saying, like, our rookie safety, he's going through it, bro. Like, he has to guard Colson Loveland during training camp. They are baptizing him by fire, brother. Like, it's been rough for him, and they've been bullying him. Right. But having Kobe Bryant there, good teachable moments. Now they do have Xavier Woods who can still teach, but he has to learn now the offense in August rather than being signed when it was free agency June, in June or July. So he has to get his feet grounded and. So yeah, it might be bumpy, but Ben Johnson said they could score 30. We're gonna score 40. So we'll see what goes down with it. But hopefully the defense could surprise us. I know the run defense is gonna surprise a lot of people.
Right.
And they've been getting interceptions still. Jalen Johnson.
Yeah, that's right.
Kobe Bryant got an interception. Like they've still been taking the ball away. I don't know if they could repeat last year. That's almost impossible. But I think the defense, they're fast enough and athletic enough to really make plays. They're really fitting into Dennis Allen's defense, bro. They really are. It's just gonna take time. It's gonna take a little.
It's gonna take time for sure.
Yeah. and a defensive end. It's gonna take time in a defensive end. I ain't gonna.
Yeah,
lie.
we still need that defensive end, 100%.
I say trade for Max Crosby. He ain't worth 2 first rounds no more. We could get him for a first and a second. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
that's not a bad move.
Yeah, somebody or the dude from the Buccaneers. What's his name? I don't know his name. Von Fay or whatever.
Yeah.
He wants to trade out. We could get a second round pick and Roquan Johnson. They need a running back. We give them that and a second rounder, and we could get that guy a D tackle.
That's true.
There's options.
Well, hey, if Ben Johnson's listening,
hey, I doubt it.
Your lips to his ears.
There's odds just if they want to pull the trigger, but there's definitely options, man.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Jeff said I can only see the stream on Instagram. I mean, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm aware I gotta go back, which I figured that's why I was like, hold on, I'm kind of missing some things here. He said I keep hearing Xavier Woods and think about WWE.
Yeah. He got released. He's not even there no more. I think he's gonna go to hey, don't tell nobody. We're friends. He's gonna be in AEW in less than a month. All right. Hey.
There you go.
Hey, spoiler alert.
You heard it here first, guys.
Sorry, not sorry, AEW.
Oh man.
Your plans.
No, for sure. But yeah, man. Again, I can't stress enough how I'm excited now that football's right around the corner. Definitely. We obviously got into that discussion a while ago. Like, what's the sport? You know what I'm saying? That I forgot what the question was exactly, but my answer was it's football for me.
Yeah, what's the best sport right now? I think it was our favorite sport. I think that was the question. Yeah, it's football. Football's it's the greatest sport in the world.
Yeah,
I don't care what these Europeans say.
Yeah. They can take their football and kick it up.
Shove it up. Can't where the sun don't shine, baby. Bear down, baby. Bear down.
Yo, we got Gino in the comment section on Facebook, brother. See you, brother. Appreciate you stopping by. Salute to you, brother. But yeah, man. So, anyways, obviously, we're talking Bears here, Bulls, Chicago sports. I'm not mentioning the Blackhawks, so I talked about them last week a little bit already, and I'm excited for what they're about to do as well. I think they made some interesting moves there. Bringing Buddy back.
Patrick Kane, baby, respect the name.
Exactly.
Yep.
So I'm like, all right. I think
it's gonna be good for the Dark.
It's an exciting time for Chicago, low key when it comes to sports.
Everywhere. Everything else, run away, get out of here.
Run
away and never return.
You know what I'm saying? But sports wise, I think it's like, man,
it's a fun time again. It's been a while. We're back.
It's been a while. Back. But on that note, obviously we got to talk. And you might not like the fact that I put the banner this way, but fair is fair. And so I want to talk about the Cubs and the Sox.
That's fine.
Jesus, what a time!
What a time to be alive, baby.
Who would have thought?
Not me.
Not me.
At least for the Sox. Yeah,
exactly. That's what I mean.
I thought they were gonna. Hey, no, real talk though. Let's rewind. Before the season started, we had a conversation. I did say the Sox might surprise a lot of people, bro.
No, yes. No,
I didn't know they're gonna be first place
because we were talking about. We brought them up during the World Baseball Classics.
Yes,
and we were looking at some of the players that they had picked up and whatever, And you did say that.
I said they're going to be a fun team this year, bro.
And I was like, you're right.
Some
I
people.
agreed. I was like,
now, hey, I'm not. But hey, I didn't think this. I didn't think first place.
Not what we're getting here.
They're in the worst division in baseball.
And 57.
Yeah, hey,
not leading the Central League. You know what I'm saying? American League Central.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, bro. I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty cool. They've been playing really fun baseball, and it's been working for them so far.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can keep it up, bro. I would love to see Chicago World Series, baby. Like that.
In the World Series?
That's good for the city. That's good for the city, baby.
Crazy.
Yeah, you know how big that'll be?
Go
wild, bro.
The city will go wild, bro.
It'll be insane.
My barber about this.
Come on,
man. Dude. It would be havoc.
I don't know if it'll happen. I don't think the Sox are there yet. Honestly,
No, I don't know.
They
either.
needed 2 starting pitchers, bro. They only got Luis Castillo from Seattle,
which was a nice move.
But he's older now. Like
it
would have been nice like 4 or 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So they still need a starting pitcher.
They still do,
and they still need like a bullpen or 2 arms, bro. Mm-hmm. But the offense is fun to watch, man. That's a fun. Hey, I'm not a Sox hater. I just don't like a lot of their fans who be butting in on their business. They try to make it a business when it's nothing to do with them. All right, that's the only thing I don't like about them. Is them dang on fans that be like, "Hey, Sox won today."
Hold on,
like, dude, we're talking about Cubs and Nats. What are you doing here?
Right,
you ain't got a Sox YouTube page you can say that to. What are you coming to the Cubs stuff for? That's the only thing I don't like. But that team's fun to watch, bro. At the end of the day, they're fun to watch. They are young, strong, talented. Decent defense, not the best defense, but decent defense. And I think it's something that you could cheer for, bro. It's something that you could be proud of on the South Side if you're a Sox fan.
Yeah, no,
100%.
100%. They're worth. It's worth. I mean, again, it's if they keep playing the way they're playing, they're in the postseason. You know.
Yeah.
Which how long has that been? You know, since that's been the case. You know,
I don't remember. Yeah.
It's for sure a Cinderella story for them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but yeah, I mean, man, if we could though, jeez, if we could,
that'll be crazy, bro.
Man, dude,
that'll be insane, bro.
I'd be the happiest guy. I'd be the happiest.
That'll be crazy.
Yeah,
real talk. That'll be crazy. No, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they're there yet. They need help on the pitching because you need pitching in the postseason. You just need it. You need pitching. You're not going to win without pitching. And this is why I'm saying this. The Cubs are going to the World Series this year. They're going.
You think so?
You can feel the energy. Yeah. Hey, look. This is why I say a lot of people. I've said that before, and a lot of people are like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Look, listen. We're not the same. All right. I'm gonna be honest. And Mikey, me and you, we're not the same. All right.
Yeah.
We're not the same. Look, I watch 162 games. Every inning. Every pitch. We're not the same. All right. No, there's not a lot of people like me. All right. There's a small group of people like me. Very small portion that can go
that committed.
162 every pitch, every inning, baby. There's not I'm part of we're 1%ers. You know what I'm saying? We're 1%ers over here. I'm telling you right now, what they did at the trade deadline. They're going to the World Series.
No, you're right.
With Kevin Gausman. With Clay Holmes,
yes,
Matthew Boyd's going to be the ace in the playoffs. He's going to be the day one starter, game one. Plus, our 15 guys that were injured, the Cavalry's coming back.
Adam
Cabrera will be back next week. Daniel Palencia, who's our closer, he's probably not going to be closer. I think Jacob Webb earned that spot for the Cubs. But having an arm. That's a setup arm that could come in the 7th and 8th inning and throw 100 miles an hour to set up for Webb. It's going to be a game changer. In any case, Edwin Cabrera figures it out and he hits the starting 5 rotation. Clay Holmes can be a starter or he can play bullpen if he wants to. He can do both. Our bullpen is stacked.
Yeah.
We have 8 different starting pitchers when everyone's healthy. Plus, Justin Steele's coming back. He's going to work his way, though. He's not going to be a starter this year. He'll only be a bullpen arm. But he's coming back, and he was our best arm before he got injured. I'm telling you right now, they're the best offense in baseball, and now we messed around at the trade deadline, and may have the best pitching rotation in all of baseball. I'm talking about better than the Dodgers, bro.
You know what? You make a good point when you say that a full healthy Cubs team. That's the crux on which that stands. You know, like that. What's your statement? And you're right. I believe that to be true.
Like we got Phil Patton, Shelby Miller. They're coming back. Like,
everyone's squad. Yes, you're right.
We're gonna be hard to beat, bro.
Yeah,
we're gonna be 100%. Really hard to beat.
But if that's not the case, or somebody gets hurt.
Next man up.
But you're right. No,
look,
you're right.
There's 5 in a typical postseason. They tend to pitch 4 pitchers. We have 7.
Yeah.
We have 7. I don't know how Craig Counsell gonna do it. Who he gonna choose where? It's gonna be hard to choose.
Yeah.
Us getting Kevin Gausman, bro. Oh boy.
Yeah, no,
I don't know if you remember
nice.
him. He pitched Game 7 for Toronto.
Yes.
Against the Dodgers last year, and
yes.
he pitched one hell of a game. So he has he has World Series Game 7 experience, bro.
Yes.
We're talking about we got guys that got experience. And we got Clay Holmes, bro, who has the best curveball and is probably one of the best ground ball pitchers in all of baseball. We got David Patterson, who's probably going to move to the bullpen once Edwin Cabrera and the postseason comes back. He is a very good ground ball pitcher as well, too. And why do they go to ground ball pitchers? Why does that matter? Because the Chicago Cubs have the best defense in baseball history. Look at the numbers. They're about to have 5 Gold Glovers this year, my guy, at least, and 1 Platinum Glove and a PCA, MVP, whatever you want to call him. He's gonna win the MVP this year, bro.
Hell yeah.
It's crazy. We are set up for destiny this year, and when you watch the games, when you feel the energy, you can see it. We haven't lost a road series in 9 straight series. We haven't done that since 1912.
Yeah.
Everyone talked about, the 10-game losing streak. Yeah, that was a bad time for Chicago, for the Cubs, bro, when we lost 10 straight games. But if it wasn't for that 10 straight games, even if we won 1 or 2 out of those 10, we would be the best team in baseball. We wouldn't be in second place to the Brewers. The Brewers were up 9 games. It's 3 games now. It's 3 games now. After the trade deadline, I said the Cubs are winning the division. They're winning the division. We swept the Dodgers, and I'm like, we're going to the World Series. I see it.
Yeah.
I feel it. You can feel it. We compete with the Dodgers, bro. We could compete. The Braves are going to be tough. The Brewers are going to be tough. We could compete with any team now. We could compete with any team. Before the trade deadline, I was like, man, the Brewers look tough, bro. Atlanta, that looks rough, bro.
I mean,
the Dodgers, how are we going to compete with them? They got so many starting pitchers. We did what the Dodgers do. We did it at the trade deadline. We got next man up. We got 7 starting pitchers. Our bullpen's coming back, and our starting pitchers that were solid that got injured, they're going to be added to the bullpen. And we got the best offense in baseball. 17 games this year with double-digit points. That's more than 10 runs a game. 17 times. It's first place. No one's better. No one's better on offense than the Chicago Cubs. We added pitching to the best offense in baseball. Not only just pitchers that are good, but strategic pitchers who don't give up home runs.
Right.
So our defense has to figure it out. Man, it's a special team, bro.
Yeah,
this team is going to go.
It is.
And if you're not locked in to the Cubs, bro, I would start getting locked in. I would start watching so you really see it. Watch every game. Watch a full week of Cubs baseball.
Well, the thing is like I do watch it, but
no, not you. I'm talking about everybody. Whoever's listening, I'm talking about everybody. I'm not calling you out or anything like that. I'm just talking about everybody in general. Watch Cubs baseball, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about, bro.
What about today's game? What about today's game?
We're gonna win 162 straight. We're due to lose one. Come on, man. What about today's game? It doesn't matter. We won the series. We won the series. We won the series. Okay, we lost today. That game was but we won 2 out of 3. Guess what? We won another series on the road again.
Yeah.
It's not about winning every single game. If you think we can win every single game, you don't know baseball.
Yeah.
And that's whoever wrote that, whoever wants to say that, you don't know baseball.
You don't know baseball.
We are not the same.
There's a lot that goes into that.
If you can look, listen, if you can talk to me, let's go to any starter. Pick a starter. If you can break down what their game plan is pitching wise before the game, all right, we can have a discussion. If you don't know what I'm talking about, or if I sound like I spoke a different language right there, sorry, we're not the same. You're not on any level near. All right, you're like level 1. I'm just watching guys swing at pitches. Like if you don't know, then you just don't know ball, bro. That's just what it is, and it's okay. You don't have to know ball, but when you come to me, you gotta put some respect on it because I know ball. I know ball. Not only just watching, but I played it at an elite level. All right, at an elite level.
Like
Don't
Jeff
get the
said, you
body
win some,
twisted.
you
It
lose
was a
some.
long time ago, but I was playing. I was one of them. All right. I was
Yep.
one of them.
One damn.
We know ball.
One damn.
And if you disagree, then you disagree. But guess what? We're not the same, brother. We're not the same. I have a lot of Sox fans that be coming at me, bro, and they be like, I'll be like, who's your third starting pitcher? Let's just start there. Who's your third? Do you even know who that is? All right. Can you give me his numbers without looking at anything? I could talk about any of my players, anybody on the bullpen, anybody on the bench, anyone who's starting. We can even go to AAA and talk about the guys coming up. I could talk to you about the top 20 players in our organization that are on the come-ups. We could talk about AA. We could talk about single A. We could talk about extra single A. What do you want to talk about? Because I know this stuff. I'm really in it. I'm really in it. You could talk about your favorite player, but can you talk about your farm system, my guy? We're not the same. Period. And it's okay. You don't have to be, but don't come at me. Don't come at me if you don't know.
Don't you dare.
Don't you do it. Don't embarrass yourself. All right. You're at the wedding, you sit with the kids. You know what I'm saying? Like we're in the brides and we're in the groomsmen. You know what I'm saying? We're over here on the main table. You know what I'm saying? You go ahead and yay, PCA or whatever you say. You know what I mean? Like, no, we know everybody. We're locked in. We're when I say I'm a Cub fan, I'm a Cub fan, bro. Like,
you know, I was telling my barber, we need a better chant for Suzuki to get to you know what I'm saying? Because like there's nothing, we don't got nothing for the guy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Nothing really. So I was thinking whenever he shows up, I feel like we all should like rev. You know, when it's, you know, and like, so when he's like, whatever, you know, I forget his full first name, but whatever.
Seiya Suzuki?
Yeah. Whenever he comes up, we should all go, vroom, vroom, like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody should do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't got nothing for him. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like,
see you later every time he hits a home run.
Yeah,
we say his first name.
I've never heard anybody say that.
Oh, man.
Again. At all the Cubs games I've been at, I haven't heard anybody say that. But I just feel like there's nothing we needed like a better, or whenever he hits the ball, like a play on the name, like Suzuki, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just a missed opportunity, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel you.
We just rev, you know what I'm saying? Like whenever he goes, you know, takes off, like I don't know.
Honestly, we're everyone's so focused on PCA right now because he's having a special year. And not everyone needs anything. You know what I mean? Not everyone needs a little thing either, you know? Like
that's true.
We got Breggy bombs every time he hits a home run now for Alex Bregman.
Yes.
We're getting stuff, but
no, we really got some good.
You gotta play better than your contract though to have that. And right now,
there's
a reason why he's on his last year of his contract, and he hasn't been extended. You know what I mean? I would love to have Suzuki back next year because he's a good bat, but you can always upgrade from him. That's the part. Like PCA, you can't upgrade. You can't upgrade. Alex Bregman, there's no one to upgrade there at third base. Yeah. When it comes to offense, defense, and what he brings to the clubhouse. Seiya Suzuki, you can find another right fielder that will do better with a right hand bat power.
Right.
Now, if he has 30 home runs right now, it's a different story. Then we could vroom all we want. You know what I mean? But he needs to earn that, and I don't think he's fully earned that.
That's true. Yeah, I feel
same
like
with Ian Happ, bro.
Out of all the Cub games I've been to this season,
it's all you're gonna hear PCA stuff all in.
Oh no, 100%. No,
heavy.
But I mean, like as far as like his Suzuki's performance, I would say two of them I felt like there just wasn't consistency. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, all right. But
he's been injured all year too. A lot of people don't remember that he got injured in the World Baseball Classic. He missed the first month of the year. Right. He had a slow start because of that, and beyond it to the other reasons. And he picked it up, but it's been like high highs and low lows for Suzuki.
Low lows. Man. That's what it is.
He went 0 for 21 in a stretch this season. It's like, that is brutal. You know, he's batting less than 270, which is okay, which is about average.
It's about average
for baseball nowadays. But like with the money he's getting, we need more from Suzuki, bro.
Yeah.
That's why no one's rooming. You know what I mean? Like, this is his contract year.
Because I was telling him he needs that to perform better. Is what I was saying. I'm like,
I feel you.
I think he needs to be motivated. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he needs to motivate himself first.
And 100%.
You know what I mean? You gotta do it yourself
that's the actual
first. Though,
truth,
like we gotta see it, and then you know, Chicago will take care of the rest. But I like Suzuki though. All in all, everything I'm saying, I do like Suzuki, bro. If I was Jed Hoyer, I would try to re-sign him. But if there's like a Bryce Harper that's going to be available,
there's a move
I'll let
there,
Suzuki go, bro, or whatnot. We'll still need a right-handed bat though if we do get Bryce Harper. I'm not saying we will, but I'm just saying there's power right-handed bats that can replace Suzuki. He's not an unreplaceable player. He's not an off-limits player. Same as Ian Happ, who's won 3 Gold Gloves as a Chicago Cub, who's one of the best defensive left fielders in all of baseball. But when you're batting less than 217 and you are striking out looking more times than not, there's a big concern. And that he's another guy that there's a reason why we didn't give you an extension. And this is Ian Happ's last year as a Cub. I'm telling you that right. He's the longest tenure. He was with the Cubs in 2016 when they won the World Series. He just got there. And it's time to move on from Ian Happ. Even though his defensive glove is better than anybody at left field. He's proven it time and time, but his offense is so bad. We had to trade. He's a switch hitter. We had to trade for Tyrone Taylor in order so Ian Happ doesn't bat against right-handed. He doesn't bat right-handed anymore. There's a reason for that, bro. He's been on the downhill. We're going to miss Ian Happ. We're going to miss those awesome plays in left field. We're going to miss him throwing out runners trying to go home. But when you ain't got it no more, or when you're not meeting expectations, you're not going to get paid here. That's just what it is. They're going to find the money somewhere else.
No, for sure. It's definitely gonna be again, it's still a good watch right now to see them play, and
it's so fun. Both sides.
It's so fun. And obviously being there even better, when you're actually in Wrigley.
Absolutely.
So
I love Wrigley, bro. I love Wrigley, bro. It's always a good time.
Yeah.
I've never had a bad experience. Even if we lose the game, I've never had a bad experience at Wrigley,
losing
bro.
games, it's still a fun time.
The crowd is awesome.
But I gotta say, I've been fortunate this year. I think every game I've been to, I want to say they won, or if not, I think they lost one and won every other game I've gone to.
Yeah.
I'm
on a streak. I'm like on an 8-game winning streak for my last Cub games, bro. Like,
yeah.
They're a good team though now.
And they're really good team.
This year, last year.
Dude, I was there. The last game I went to was with the uncles. They're Yankees fans.
You went when the Yankees came to town?
Yeah, we went to but luckily we went to that second game, because obviously they lost the Yankees in their series. But I went to the winning game, and then so they tried to. He messaged me again the other day, because we went to that Saturday game. Then Sunday came. They went back home, and then obviously they play later, and he texted me like, "Oh, like so much for that win yesterday, whatever, blah." And my thing is like, look, man, you guys won on like a little, like just barely, you know what I mean? Like you guys won just barely. Yeah. We beat your ass on Saturday. All right, there's a difference.
Yeah. No, look, the Yankees, bro. All credit due, bro. Like. They got some really good pitchers, bro.
They do.
From their starters to their bullpen and their closer. They can pitch, bro. Like the Yankees might mess around and make it to the World Series this year with their pitching, especially how bad the AL is now, bro. But I think the Yankees are the favorites for the AL. I would love to see the White Sox versus the Cubs, but man, the Yankees are going to be tough to play in the postseason, bro. They are built for the postseason, and
they really are.
They just need Aaron Judge. Like they're gonna need Aaron Judge to be.
They're gonna for sure.
But their pitching is unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're gross.
I mean,
look, they're gross. They're filthy.
I think Yankees are for sure. I mean,
they're the favorites.
It's kind of hard to overlook what the Rays are doing, but
the Rays are good too. I just don't believe in them yet.
Yeah, no, same. That's what
I just don't believe in them yet.
It's I'll be honest. That's another team that I kind of will say I didn't think they'd be there, but they are.
Yeah. You know who I'm really impressed? The only team I see like a threat to the Yankees, honestly, is the Red Sox, bro.
I was just gonna say that right now.
They figured it out, and they've been the best team in baseball for about 2 months now.
Yeah,
they've been the best. There's no one better. There's no one better right now for the past maybe month and a half. Month and a half.
Yeah,
they've been good. They've been really good, and that's the only threat because they got the pitching that can match the Yankees.
Right.
And they got the hitting too. That's better than the Yankees. The Yankees offense is some days is hot, some days is like really bad. It kind of reminds me of the Cubs in 2017. When it's like they had good games, and then it was like, dang, they haven't scored in 3 days, bro. Like, what's going on right now? So I think in the AL, the team that's going to give the Yankees a run, those Red Sox, bro.
Yeah,
I don't think anyone wants to see them in the postseason, bro. That's a tough squad. That's a tough squad.
That's exactly what I was going to touch on right now. Like, I just feel like that's another team. Same, like, they impressed me, because they had a rocky start.
It was bad. They were thinking about trading everybody, Sonny Gray and Aroldis Chapman. Like, they were on the trade block, and then they won 14 straight, and they've just been consistent. They were 23-3 over the last 26, and it's like, we're not trading anybody, bro. We're trying to gain more now. We're trying to get players at the trade deadline, and they got a catcher that they needed, and man, Wilson Contreras, a solid first baseman, bro. And they've been hey, Boston's scary, bro. They're scary in the AL, bro.
It is.
Once they figured it out, bro.
Yeah,
they really did.
That would be my more, I think, realistic, I guess, World Series matchup.
I guess we'll still get a Cubs versus Sox. You know what I mean? They're just not white. They got a little blood on it. They got a little blood on the Sox. Hey, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. You know. Kurt Chillings. If you know, you know, my guy. You know, you know. We are not the same.
Oh yeah. But man, that about wraps it up, I'd say. I appreciate you hopping on, brother.
My pleasure, bro.
I
missed the last few invites, bro. I'm like, man, these last minute things, they ain't working.
Yeah, honestly,
you know who I am.
These days, I'm so busy, I don't even know if I'm going live or not.
I feel it. Yeah,
that's just unfortunately what it is.
I got a daughter now that's young, and
exactly.
My time is like when it's spontaneous. Yeah, it's like, man, it's gonna be really hard to do it. But hey, grateful that the family they're cool in it.
Hell yeah.
I think they might be sleeping. At least my youngest son is sleeping. I don't hear him anymore. But yeah, man, I appreciate you keep sending them invites, bro. I finally got to be here.
Always a pleasure. And, once if I'm able to get something more stable, I guess, in church, I'll send you the invites a lot earlier in advance. That would be
cool. That'll be cool.
But just unfortunately, like I said, if you notice, I'm not even going live on the same day. It's just that's how
life is life, bro. Life is life
right now. So it is what it is. But again, I appreciate you hopping on with me, brother. And obviously, you hopped in right at the right moment. You know what I'm saying? Honestly.
Hey man, I tried. I was listening. I had you in the background, like I'm gonna come, bro. I'm gonna come. Yeah. When it's time, it's gonna be time. You know what I mean?
Oh, wait a minute.
What's up?
Last thing to discuss, just because.
All right. You got me for like 5 more minutes.
I mean, honestly, I got to get off anyways. I actually work in a few hours, but
go ahead.
I did say I was going to touch on this a little bit, and it is nothing crazy, honestly. We'll probably finish this in like a couple minutes, 2 minutes probably. But so, first off, I'm only bringing this up because of this thing. Normally, I really don't talk about these things. Actually, but let me point this out. You could probably go back and watch my lives, and the only times I ever talk about this specific thing I'm about to bring up, it's always surrounding controversy, right? And that's the WNBA, right?
Well, here we go. Go ahead.
I'm ready. It's always just surrounding controversy, right?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Obviously, last time I think was probably when they threw the toy onto the thing. It was worth the talk. It was worth the discussion.
Rose.
Obviously, the Clark situation. Obviously, there. It's we're kind of still living through that, but it's probably gotten a bit better, I guess. As far as just
her teammates are taking it from her. Real talk. They're doing their job.
That's what
they're lightening the weight.
On that note, the latest debacle, right, is her teammate, Cunningham, whatever, Sophie Cunningham. Obviously, the whole
yeah.
Look, it's funny. I don't watch WNBA like that. Every now and then I'll watch it. If I got nothing else to watch. And it's just fun. It's fun to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's a fun watch.
To
But
each their own.
it's not. It's not the NBA. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this, I'm gonna do that a buck.
It's like
if I have nothing else to watch and it's on, I'll entertain the game.
Yeah.
And look, they do have some hoopers that are interesting enough to watch. And Caitlin Clark being among them, and that team. I'll be honest, like watching the Fevers play is kind of a good watch. And there's some others there, but what I want to say is just it's interestingly enough though. The latest debacle is around that team again, and now it's Cunningham, and obviously it's the whole: can women play, or can transgender women, aka biological men, should they be playing in the WNBA? And
baby.
I thought her answer wasn't crazy. I thought it was, it's as she played it as safe as she possibly could while still keeping it a butt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not like she went hard and, you know what I mean? But it just goes to show there's just no certain people, just logic and reason and just, sound conversation and words. If it's not what they want to hear, they go cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it's insane that there's this like.
I have a name. I have a name for them.
Name the name that shall not be
special ed. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it is, bro. This is what it is.
Right? No, you're right. It's insane, bro.
That's it.
It's insane, but it is also interesting because now it's like, obviously it opened up Pandora's box to now every reporter wants to ask every player and wants to ask every coach and wants to ask whatever. And I will say, like, look, man, honestly, who gives a damn? It's not really, it's not like it's happened just yet. And, it's not even sports related in the moment, really. You know what I'm saying? Like, even when you're asking, like, well, define a woman, whatever. Again, we know it's the gotcha question of our time for sure, because they can't answer it. And silly enough, people who are still bound by, having to be careful with what they're saying. I'll say that. Obviously, they're not gonna entertain that question, I guess.
Yeah.
Or if they really do believe, I guess men should, if they identify as a woman can play in the sport, they can't answer that because there really is no answer to that, right?
Yeah.
Or at least not an honest one, right?
Yeah, it's for them. They can't answer for them.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
But anyways, I say that to say that, some of their responses are just really goofy because it's like we need to be inclusive, or no one should be excluded, and it's like you're saying the politic, the lines, whatever,
You're protecting
like,
yourself.
It's so dishonest.
Yeah.
Because it's like, what do you mean?
Yeah. Look, let me tell you right now. You don't want a male to play a woman in the WNBA. All right, let's be clear. Like, that's not gonna. The dude's gonna be the GOAT.
Exactly.
Look, did you see what Royce did? So he's a former NBA player. He put a picture of an AI picture of himself in a blonde wig, and it was like, I'm ready for the WNBA draft next year. Like, I'm putting myself down after Kenner did it. I forget his name his last name is Peace now or something. I don't remember his last name. I know he changed it. His name was Ernest Kander. He's the one who started it. He's the only, but his name might be Ernest Peace now or something like that. He changed his name or whatever.
Yeah.
But he put himself in a wig too, and then he did
Ernest
the whole. Oh, Ernest Freedom. That's what it is. Ernest Freedom.
Yeah, Ernest Freedom.
He did a whole little video on it, bro. Like breaking news. Like trolling. But I mean, hey, if they're gonna allow it, I think it's bad. I don't think they will, but it's like, come on, man. You could be authentic in your answers too, and you're getting asked this question. Like right now, the reporters are treating it as fun and games, and they're trying to like catch people. But it's like, let's keep what is natural. You know what I mean? That's
exactly. And again, it's it's dishonest because it's like, bro, or not even dishonest. It's dishonest, but like not in the way of like what I mean by it is like sports are exclusive.
Yeah.
Not everybody's on the team. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like not everybody makes the cut.
Yeah.
By nature, sports is exclusive.
Yeah.
And in fact, almost everything of that caliber is exclusive, you know what I'm saying? And should be exclusive.
Absolutely.
You know, so to even think, so the sadder part is if in your reality, if you're gonna be, we gotta be inclusive, right? And you start letting males play in your sport. How, you know, so all that to say, women are already, there's already women that don't make the cut in the same way that there's men that don't make the cut in the NBA, right? So there's already women that don't make the cut in the WNBA. You start adding men to even more women,
Don't
real
open
women
up Pandora's
will
box,
not
man.
make it into the WNBA.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like it's a lose. It's a lose game. Like what are we playing at here? Like why are
Look,
you?
I'll tell you right now too, bro. Look, who's the best women's basketball player in the world? Is Caitlin Clark?
At this point, that's the only answer I have, just because.
If she tries out for the Charlotte Hornets or the Sacramento Kings, a bad team, she's not making the squad, right?
No.
She's not gonna make the squad. She's not making it. She's nowhere near, all right? Nowhere near that level. Let's stop being silly. All right, people of America and the world. All right, let's stop being silly. All right. My man wants to take advantage and he wants to be great. In order to be great, I gotta play with women. It's the only way for me to be great. It's silly, bro. It's silly. And they're just trolls, bro. And I think a lot of people who aren't fully there can take things seriously, and the troll will feed into that. And I think that's what's going on right now, bro. I think that's what's going on, and they're just poking the delusional bear, bro, at the end of the day. But yeah, I think it's just silly, bro. It's silly.
No, I mean it is.
So
It is
silly,
silly. Again, it's like
goofy.
anybody taking that serious. It's insane to even think that that's something that's really going to happen.
Yeah.
But it's worth noting that anybody who's trying to be dishonest about it, that's exactly what you're being.
Just be real. Yeah, like don't be afraid to be real and authentic, man. Like if someone doesn't like you, they don't like you, bro. If Nike didn't like what you said, I know it's gonna hurt your pockets a little bit, but guess what? Under Armour is gonna be like, hey, Nike don't want you, we got you, my boy. Or my girl, whatever you want to say. There's always gonna be someone's like, we believe in you, bro. So the best thing you can do if you're getting interviewed or questioned, just be your authentic self and don't be scared. And if you don't want to say nothing, be like Fossey over here and just use your First Amendment right. You know what I mean? Like I ain't gotta say nothing. It's all right.
Yeah.
Don't say nothing. You don't have to. You don't have to be
I have more or least respect for that. You know, like the players that are just like, deuces, I'm not talking about this.
Come on, man. Next question, man.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's like, because again, like I said, who's taking this serious? Now, again, it's the only reason that they're even entertaining it though is because you do have some goofy. The WNBA themselves don't want to make official comments, right?
It's silly. It's silly. Come on, man.
You know, but even they know, like you're not doing that. You're not letting males come and play. You're not going to do that.
It's come on. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. Come on. And it's crazy. The time we live in, this is just a discussion. Is absurd.
Yeah, exactly.
It's absurd. It's absurd. For this to be a thing is ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, kudos to y'all, man. You like, do whatever. You do what you want anyway. Go ahead and you do yourself over there.
Yeah, I mean, again,
I'm the type that be like, when I see something, I'm just gonna follow. I ain't got time for this, man. Like I need more Ben Johnson in my life. Pause.
That's all I need.
Super pause, by the way. Holy Snikey. That's a bad last name to say that, my guy. Like, give me more Bears, give me more Bulls, give me more Cubs, give me sports. Show me the World Cup, whatever. Like I'll even tune into tennis, bro. Give me Wimbledon again. You know what I mean? Let me see the guys playing the clay. You know what I mean? Like I ain't got time for this, man. Like I'm really tired, and I think I'm like drained from the whole transgender homosexuality and this conversation. I grow weary, bro. They try to make it everywhere. It's in video games now, Spider-Man 2 and other video games in every movie, TV show. Like I'm just
it's everywhere.
it's come to sports. It's like
which is just crazy because like it's one thing to put it in like I guess in a creative space, like all right, whatever. You took your creative liberties and added that to the story, whatever. But like we're talking about like objective truth, you know what I'm saying? Like not subjective, objective truth. Objectively, men, the NBA plays on a different caliber, you know what I'm saying? So this idea, you know what I'm saying? Like, and this is for anything and everything, right? Like,
and the guys who couldn't make it in the NBA, these are the ones that are trying to, you know what I mean? Like the ones who couldn't make it a career, you know what I'm saying? Right. Where they could last 5 years. Like you can't even last 5 years, my guy. Now this is like, come on, man. You're trolling, bro. Like
you got guys that play in the D League that probably could still play better than the WNBA.
100%.
You know what I'm saying?
I think every guy in the D League, bro.
Yeah, no, bro.
Every guy. Look, every guy in the D League is better than who's a girl who was on the Sky last year, plays for Atlanta, Reese. Yeah. Every guy, every person in the D League is better than her. Come on, man. Let's keep it a buck. And she's one of the best. She was an all-star this year. It's like I've seen highlights where I'm like, oh my God, bro. Like, bro, I was seeing this in like 7th grade, bro. Like, damn, dude.
You know what's the funniest things that I've actually heard some of these girls say? And it's like, oh, I played against boys when I was younger. And it's like, yeah, but not every boy that you played against was playing professionally either.
Come on, so they just talking about PE, my guy. You know,
you're talking about PE, but you're talking about playing
pickup game, maybe at the Y. Yeah,
where like you're gonna always have that one kid who doesn't know a lick about basketball. Maybe that's the guy you crossed over. That's the guy you're talking about that you played against. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
There's levels to it, and just stick to your level. It's okay.
Stick to your level.
Stop comparing. Stop comparing. Stop. Like, stick to your level. You good on your level. Just be happy. All right. Just be happy that you good on your level. Don't do this extra stuff now, bro. Like, just you're good at your level. You're great at your level. Yeah. Stop with the nonsense. Just be real. Just be real, man. For some reason, people are afraid to speak truth. I guess that's been history, you know what I'm saying? Even the disciples were scared to talk Jesus when he was like, go ahead and make disciples among nations, man. You know, bring me my children from not just Jews, but the Gentiles. You know what I mean? Like, there's always been fear, but it's like, man, like life is so refreshing when you could just be who you are. You know what I mean? That and the people who are not who they are, they're the ones who tend to struggle mentally and struggle with like anxieties and stuff like that. Like, you know, I deal with anxiety too, but what helps is just being my true self and accepting who I am physically.
Right.
Physically, I'm not gonna run around and be like, yeah, I'm a girl inside. No, stop it. Come on. Don't be silly. Just be it. Come on, look at you. Look at you. Come on.
What are we talking about here?
But honestly, bro, all this started because of Brittany Griner.
Yeah.
She's a man now.
Yeah.
And she's in the WNBA. This is where it all started with. She did a video of her at the pool with her wife, and she was shirtless, and she looked like a man. Like it was a man body. You know what I mean? Like,
but
this is where it started. Like, this is where it started, bro.
Because she's still a woman. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But this is where it started. So someone saw that, and it's like, oh, it's like you're just trolling now. Like, just
exactly.
Come on, man. Like, can't we just live in the real world? Can we just be real in the real world? You know what I mean? Like, you ain't gotta entertain if you don't want to entertain. If you entertaining, and then it's like just spewing out ridiculousness and lies, and it's like you're just hurting the generation coming up, bro. Like, we're just confusing the next generation. We gotta remember there's kids watching, bro. Like there's people under us who look up to us that when they hear you talk, like they're gonna take your word as scripture, bro, biblical. And you gotta be smart in what you say, and the best way to do it, lead by example, is just being honest with yourself and being real when it comes to conversations like we're having right now. Just be you, bro. Like you don't gotta be like this. Stop comparing. No, just be you, bro, because there's no one like you. So be who you truly are. Don't be like, oh, this person's that, so I want to be like that. It's like people are so consumed with Hollywood and how the world is lived, like they forget, they don't even learn like what their true identity is like, bro. And it's sad to see, bro. It's sad to see.
No,
sad to see.
100%.
And it's annoying when all these millionaires are just like trolling with all this stuff, bro. It's like, bro, there's people like I don't look up to you, but I know there's people somewhere in your town that do. You know what I mean? Like that they always want to meet you because you from the same town. They feel like if you could do it, I could do it. And look at what you're doing, bro. Like you're not even thinking about those people. It's like you guys gotta keep these people in the back of the mind because you're always being looked at, and you never know who's watching. So don't be an idiot.
Has its eyes on you.
Ooh. Hey.
No, that's 100 right there, brother.
Yeah, man.
Anyways, I figured it was worth it. Worth little quick,
little quickie at the end. You know what I mean? I get it. I dig it. I feel it.
Just to put a little sense into the conversation right now.
Yeah. Let's bring some truth to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Without us, there won't be none of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying.
It's good to have these conversations.
Truth to bear right quick.
Yeah, there you go.
You know what I mean?
There you go. Honesty is the best policy. You know what I mean?
Honesty is the best policy, brother. But honestly, I know you gotta go.
I gotta go.
I know I gotta go.
He gotta go.
Honestly, I appreciate you. Love you.
Love you too.
Make sure y'all catch the Pin Zone. Like his channel, subscribe, follow, hit that notification bell, and stay up to date and well informed on all things sports, especially Chicago.
I got you guys, man. I promise I do.
I mean, look at the backdrop. You know what I'm saying? That's Chicago.
Come on, man. Chicago here and LA over here, bro. You know what I mean?
Right.
And not only that, like, let them know, like, we really do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Like, we really do this, my guy.
Hey,
like, we really do this.
Hey,
like, it's nonstop. Like, whatever you want to know,
Chicago.
I got you, my guy. It's Chicago. You know what I mean? Bear down, baby.
Bear down.
We really about this life, bro.
Wait.
We really about. Hey, there's no more Sundays without football until February. We made it, my guy. We made it. We got the Browns at 12 noon on Sunday, bro, on Fox. Y'all tune in, man. Get your subscriptions up. If you need to get the NFL pass, get it going, bro. Bear down. It's going to be a fun year this year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Well, guys, again, appreciate you guys that were on the comment sections. Appreciate y'all watching. Appreciate y'all that watched the rewatch of this. Again, make sure to hit the like button. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to follow. Make sure to engage and comment on whatever you agreed on and disagreed on. Nothing but love for you guys. Peace out. God bless.
New era niggas just scream out gang gang. My era niggas outside that gang bang. Old enough to know niggas that made it onto gangland. I don't say that to grandstand, I'm just spitting the facts, man. New rappers too busy just making sing-alongs. My raps will have it going savage like the Viacom. You don't want the smoke, homie, then your weed is strong. Good to see me smoke along to that Cheech and Chong. Me and my team, we on the front line. Steady putting in work, homie, it's always crunch time. Hard times produce me, dog. This ain't a movie, it ain't WWE. When I mention the bloodline, homie, I want mine, that's why I move different. Y'all too laxy daisy, I keep myself disciplined. Repetition on repetition, training is rigorous. Only way to survive the streets that's dangerous and vigorous. Behavior villainous, leave no traces of witnesses. Moment of silence for the taking of all our innocence. Now back to business, somewhat of a practitioner, cause there's no shortcuts in life, no pills that make you limitless. That's ridiculous, far step from reality, like dudes that's licorice. Frame of thought is insanity, causing calamity if you actually watching and listening. Home to catching out from the dudes that started visiting. How you missing it? Losing profits and dividends. The way your boys been cooking, they need to give me a Michelin. The bliss is ignorant, say they don't like to mention them. They say we don't mention the bodies that's in Lake Michigan. Fucking hypocrites, I separate from the fakes. Roam with a pride of lines, identify all the stakes. Hubris as they folly and catch on other mistakes. Matter time before they're just another body that's in the lake. Navigate, these troubled waters won't choose my fate. My vision is too ambition like Alexander the Great. Say there's much on my plate, but I carry my weight. Figuratively and literally, for all those who can relate. I never break. break, you never get me to fold, you never get me to leave. Chicago is still my home, but I carry my heat. This windy city is cold. Valentine's Day massacre, but was it really Capone? Face blown out of proportion, the different views of contortion. Use best proceed with precaution before you lie dead in a coffin. It's not a threat, that's a promise. Best quit talking your nonsense. Your body could end up missing. Got your family claiming we lost them. Can't find them. Bad time and he's flatlining. Good riddance, bit of negative to mankind. And I'm like Jack Reacher, the equalizer, John Wick, Jason Bourne, the accountant. Either one, you could take your pick. The damage I could do with my side weapon. John Wick with my P40 Smith & Wesson. Opposition lightweight, so I'm not threatened. I'm just flattered by the hate that they keep sending. It's really easy talk that rah-rah on the internet. There's word to Zaza, I heard y'all ain't got your fingers wet. Go get your cherry pop by the very op. We bust the real ones, got the heavy guap, you just carry prop. Bunch of these gangsters claim to be hard to the core, but they really not like women that claim to be faithful. But they really thought, act like they down, but when shit goes down, they call the city cops. Same fools think they know a lot, no dilly squad. Tired of all of this fake shit, with fake asses and fake tits. They fake smiles with fake lips. Picasso looking with their facelift. What I call the good replacement, with the so-called real are the fakest. So the fakest niggas are the greatest. What was common sense no longer makes sense. What was common sense is now rare sense. What was funny then is now flagrant. Living in your thoughts, I don't pay rent. I take my time, you lack patience. Then your blood drip on the pavement. With a headshot, got you brainless. After getting hit with that stainless, kill an instinct, call me Craven.